Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
10 harsh truths about life men learn too late. 1. The value of time. Time is the one resource we can never get back. Yet, it's often wasted on trivial pursuits or delayed goals. Many men realize too late that they should have prioritized their time more effectively. Time spent on unimportant tasks, procrastination, or being idle can't be reclaimed. This realization often hits hard when looking back and seeing missed opportunities and unfulfilled dreams. Consider the story of John, a corporate executive who spent his prime years climbing the corporate ladder, working long hours and sacrificing personal time. It wasn't until he reached retirement that he realized he had missed out on family gatherings, his children's milestones, and nurturing friendships. This common scenario underscores the need to prioritize time. To avoid this, men should learn to prioritize meaningful activities. This means focusing on what truly matters, be it family, career, or personal growth. Effective time management is crucial. Simple techniques like setting goals, creating schedules, and avoiding distractions can make a significant difference. Tools such as time blocking, prioritizing tasks using the Eisenhower matrix, and regularly reflecting on how time is spent can help in making the most of every moment. Remember, every minute counts. 2. Health is wealth. In youth, many men take their health for granted, indulging in unhealthy habits like poor diet, lack of exercise, and insufficient sleep. It's often only later in life, when health issues arise, that the true value of health becomes apparent. Poor health choices made early on can lead to chronic conditions and a decreased quality of life. Consider the case of Mark, who ignored his health while focusing on building his business. He ate poorly, slept little, and rarely exercised. By his 40s, he faced serious health issues like hypertension and diabetes, which could have been prevented with better habits. This example highlights the long-term impact of neglecting health. Maintaining physical health through regular exercise, a balanced diet, and adequate rest is essential. Simple steps, such as incorporating a daily exercise routine, choosing nutritious foods, and ensuring 7 to 8 hours of sleep, can make a significant difference. Equally important is mental health, which includes managing stress, seeking support when needed, and maintaining a positive outlook. Practices like mindfulness, meditation, and connecting with others can bolster mental well-being. The investment in health pays off with increased longevity and a more active, fulfilling life. 3. Relationships over riches. In the pursuit of success and wealth, relationships often take a back seat. Many men realize too late that relationships with family, friends, and loved ones are far more valuable than any material wealth. Money can buy comfort, but not the deep, meaningful connections that provide true happiness and support. Take the story of Tom, who worked tirelessly to provide a luxurious lifestyle for his family, but found himself estranged from them due to his constant absence. It wasn't until a personal crisis hit that he realized his family, not his wealth, was his true support system. This realization came too late to mend some of the lost connections. Invest in time in building and nurturing relationships is crucial. This means spending quality time with loved ones, being present in the moment, and showing appreciation and love. Simple gestures, like regular family dinners, participating in activities together, and expressing gratitude can strengthen bonds. A strong support network can provide emotional stability and joy, far outweighing any financial gains. Studies consistently show that strong social connections improve overall well-being and longevity. 4. Career is not your identity. Men often define themselves by their careers, equating job success with personal worth. This can lead to an identity crisis, especially if career goals aren't met or if they face job loss. It's important to recognize that a career is just one aspect of life and does not define a person's entire identity. Consider the example of Alex, a successful lawyer who faced an identity crisis when he lost his job due to company downsizing. His sense of self-worth plummeted because he had tied his identity entirely to his career. It was only through exploring hobbies and other interests that he rediscovered his self-worth and built a more balanced life. Balancing work with personal life is key. Pursuing hobbies, interests, and passions outside of work can provide fulfillment and a sense of self-worth. Engaging in activities like sports, arts, volunteering, or learning new skills can enrich life beyond the professional sphere. Understanding that personal value comes from within and not from professional achievements can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Diversifying one's identity by embracing various roles, such as being a parent, friend, or community member, can provide a more resilient sense of self. 5. Failure is part of success. Failure is often seen as a negative, but it's an inevitable part of the journey to success. Many successful men have faced numerous failures before achieving their goals. Understanding that failure is a stepping stone rather than a stumbling block can change one's perspective on setbacks. Consider the story of Steve Jobs, who was famously fired from Apple, the company he co-founded. Instead of being defeated, he used the experience to fuel his creativity, leading to the founding of Next and Pixar, and eventually returning to Apple to lead it to unprecedented success. His story exemplifies how failure can be a catalyst for greater achievements. Learning from mistakes, being resilient, and persisting despite failures are essential qualities. Resilience can be built through a growth mindset where challenges are seen as opportunities to learn and improve. Famous examples like Thomas Edison, who failed countless times before inventing the light bulb, demonstrate that persistence pays off. Embracing failure as a learning opportunity can lead to greater success in the long run. Analyzing failures, seeking feedback, and continuously improving are key strategies for turning setbacks into stepping stones. 6. You can't please everyone. Trying to please everyone is a futile effort that can lead to stress and dissatisfaction. It's impossible to meet everyone's expectations, and attempting to do so often means compromising one's own needs and values. Many men learn too late the importance of setting boundaries and prioritizing their own well-being. Consider the case of David, who always tried to meet everyone's expectations at work and in his personal life. This led to burnout and a loss of his sense of self. It wasn't until he learned to set boundaries and prioritize his own needs that he found true satisfaction and balance. Personal satisfaction and happiness should be the primary goals. This means making decisions based on one's own values and desires rather than seeking external approval. Learning to say no, understanding one's limits, and prioritizing self-care are essential skills. Dealing with criticism and standing up for oneself are necessary skills for maintaining integrity and personal fulfillment. Building assertiveness can help in communicating needs and setting boundaries effectively. 7. The importance of financial literacy. Financial literacy is often overlooked until financial problems arise. Understanding how to manage money, invest wisely, and plan for the future is crucial for financial stability and freedom. Many men realize too late the importance of budgeting, avoiding debt, and saving for retirement. Take the story of Jim, who lived paycheck to paycheck despite earning a good salary. It wasn't until he faced a financial crisis that he learned the importance of financial literacy. By then, he had accrued significant debt and had no savings, making recovery difficult. Basic financial literacy includes creating and sticking to a budget, understanding investment options, and knowing the risks and benefits of different financial products. Financial education can start with simple steps like tracking expenses, understanding interest rates, and building an emergency fund. Avoiding high-interest debt and planning for long-term financial goals can prevent financial crises and ensure a secure future. Resources like financial advisors, online courses, and financial literacy programs can provide valuable knowledge and tools for managing finances effectively. Order to this 8. Change is inevitable. Life is constantly changing, and the ability to adapt is crucial. Many men resist change, preferring the comfort of familiarity. However, change is inevitable and often brings new opportunities. Embracing change and being flexible can lead to personal and professional growth. Consider the example of Rob, who resisted adopting new technologies in his job. As the industry evolved, he found himself struggling to keep up, eventually leading to job loss. It was only when he embraced continuous learning and adaptation that he was able to find a new, fulfilling career path. Viewing challenges as opportunities rather than obstacles can make a significant difference. Developing adaptability skills and maintaining a positive attitude towards change can help navigate life's uncertainties more effectively. Strategies for embracing change include continuous learning, staying open to new experiences, and practicing flexibility in thinking and actions. Building a mindset that welcomes change can turn potential disruptions into opportunities for growth and innovation. 9. Happiness comes from within. True happiness is not dependent on external circumstances, but comes from within. Many men spend their lives chasing external achievements and possessions, believing they will bring happiness. It's often realized too late that inner peace and contentment are the true sources of happiness. Consider the story of Mike, who spent years amassing wealth and accolades, only to find himself feeling empty and unfulfilled. It was through introspection and personal growth that he discovered true happiness came from within, not from his external successes. Self-awareness and mindfulness are key to achieving inner happiness. Practices such as meditation, journaling, and self-reflection can help in understanding one's own needs, desires, and emotions. Cultivating a positive mindset, practicing gratitude, and focusing on personal growth can lead to lasting contentment. Pursuing activities that bring joy and fulfillment rather than those that merely impress others is essential for true happiness. Building strong, internal foundations of self-worth and contentment can withstand external changes and challenges. 10. Legacy matters. In the grand scheme of life, the legacy one leaves behind is what truly matters. Many men realize too late that their actions and contributions have a lasting impact on others. Thinking about the legacy one wants to leave can guide life choices and actions. Consider the example of Sam, who spent most of his life focused on personal gain. It wasn't until he faced a major health scare that he began to think about his legacy. He started volunteering, mentoring younger colleagues, and focusing on making a positive impact, realizing that these contributions brought him more fulfillment than any personal achievements. Making positive contributions to society, helping others, and living a meaningful life can create a lasting legacy. Reflecting on the impact of one's actions and striving to make a difference can lead to a more fulfilling and purposeful life. Legacy-building activities can include volunteering, mentoring, creating or supporting charitable initiatives, and making a positive impact in everyday interactions. Thinking long-term and focusing on the greater good can guide actions towards making a meaningful and lasting contribution to the world. Conclusion. These harsh truths often come with age and experience. Recognizing them early can lead to more informed and meaningful choices. Prioritizing time, health, relationships, and personal fulfillment over material gains and external validation can lead to a more balanced and contented life. Embracing failure, change, and financial literacy, while understanding that true happiness comes from within, can help navigate life's challenges more effectively. Ultimately, thinking about the legacy one leaves behind can guide actions towards making a positive impact.
Once upon a time, the seeker's journey to peace. Once upon a time, in a tranquil village nestled at the foot of misty mountains, there lived a young man named Akio. Though admired for his diligence and ambition, Akio felt a gnawing emptiness that no achievement could fill. Despite his youth and accomplishments, he was restless, yearning for something he couldn't quite name. One spring evening, after a day of toiling in the fields, Akio found himself wandering away from the village. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the landscape in serenity, yet Akio's heart was anything but calm. The path he chose was unfamiliar, winding through hills dotted with cherry blossoms. The air grew cooler as he climbed, carrying the mingling scents of pine and blooming flowers. At the end of the path stood an ancient temple, its moss-covered stones exuding an air of timeless wisdom. The gates were slightly ajar, as if inviting him in. Inside, an elderly Zen master named Ryokan was tending to a rock garden. His movements were deliberate, his focus unwavering as he smoothed patterns in the sand with a wooden rake. There was an aura of peace about him that both intrigued and calmed Akio. Hesitating only briefly, Akio stepped closer. "Akio, excuse me, master. I hope I'm not disturbing you." Ryokan, looking up with a warm smile. "Not at all, young one. What brings you to this quiet place?" Akio, "I feel lost. My life is full of effort and ambition, but something is missing. Despite my achievements, I can't find peace. Can you help me?" Ryokan, gesturing to a bench beneath a cherry tree. "Sit with me, young one. Peace is not something you find, it is something you cultivate. Let me share with you 5 lessons that have guided me on my own journey." Lesson 1. Live in the moment. As they settled under the blooming tree, Ryokan began. "Ryokan, the root of most suffering lies in our inability to be present. We are either caught up in regrets about the past or consumed by fears of the future. But the only moment we truly have is now." Akio, "I understand, but my mind is always racing. How do I quiet it?" Ryokan, smiling gently, "Start with your breath. Your breath is your anchor to the present. Sit quietly for a few minutes each day and focus on your inhalations and exhalations. When your mind wanders, gently guide it back. Over time, you will find your thoughts settling like ripples on a pond." Ryokan paused, then continued. "Ryokan, mindfulness is not just about sitting still. It's about being fully engaged in whatever you're doing. When you eat, savor every bite. When you walk, feel the ground beneath your feet. even mundane tasks can become profound when done with presence. Akio. I often rush through my days, barely tasting my food or noticing my surroundings. Perhaps that's why I feel so disconnected. Ryokan. Exactly. Tomorrow, try eating your breakfast slowly, savoring each bite. You'll find that even simple acts can bring immense joy when done mindfully. Akio. Nodding. I will. It seems so simple, yet it feels like it could make a big difference. Lesson 2. Embrace change. Ryokan picked up a cherry blossom that had fallen at their feet. Ryokan. Do you see this flower? It reminds us of life's impermanence. Everything changes, Akio. Seasons shift, rivers carve new paths, and even mountains erode over time. Resisting change only creates suffering, but when you accept it, you find freedom. Akio. I understand that change is inevitable, but it's difficult to let go when it's painful. Ryokan. Start by observing nature. Watch how trees shed their leaves without resistance, trusting that new growth will come. Reflect on how changes in your own life have led to growth or opened new opportunities. Acceptance is not about giving up. It's about understanding and trusting life's flow. Akio. Thoughtfully. I've been holding on to expectations of how my life should be. Perhaps it's time to let go. Ryokan. Yes, young one. When you release what no longer serves you, you create space for what truly matters. Ryokan leaned forward, his tone softening. Ryokan. Think of a river. When a rock blocks its path, the water doesn't stop. It simply flows around it. Life is much the same. Adaptation is the secret to resilience. Akio. That's a beautiful way to look at it. I'll try to embrace change with more courage. Lesson 3. Surrender control. The master leaned back, gazing at the stars emerging in the twilight sky. Ryokan. One of life's greatest illusions is control. People plan and worry, thinking they can dictate every outcome. But life is unpredictable, and the tighter you grip, the more it slips through your fingers. Akio. But if I don't try to control things, won't everything fall apart? Ryokan. Chuckling softly. Focus on what you can influence, your actions, your attitude, your effort. Let go of the rest. Trust the flow of life, much like crossing a river. You can't control the current, but you can choose how to navigate it. Akio. Frowning. It sounds simple, but it's hard to let go of the need to control everything. Ryokan. Hard, yes, but liberating. When you surrender the illusion of control, you free yourself from unnecessary stress. Life often unfolds in ways we cannot predict, and sometimes those surprises are gifts. Akio. I've spent so much time trying to perfect everything. Maybe it's time to trust more. Ryokan. Indeed. Letting go is not about giving up. It's about making room for possibilities beyond your imagination. Lesson 4. Cultivate gratitude. Ryokan reached into his robe and retrieved a small notebook. Ryokan. I keep this journal to remind myself of life's blessings. Each evening, I write down 3 things I am grateful for. Gratitude shifts your perspective, Akio. It turns what you have into enough. Akio. But what if I don't feel grateful? Ryokan. Start small. Be grateful for the food you eat, the air you breathe, the roof over your head. As you practice, you will see more and more to appreciate. Gratitude is a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. Akio, smiling faintly. I'll try it tonight. It's such a simple habit, but I can see how it could change the way I view my life. Lesson 5. Create a sanctuary. The master gestured to the tranquil surroundings of the temple. Ryokan. Your environment reflects your mind, Akio. A cluttered space breeds a cluttered spirit. If you wish to find peace, start by creating a peaceful environment. Akio. How can I do that? Ryokan. Clear the clutter from your home. Surround yourself with items that bring you joy. Add natural elements like plants or stones. Create a small corner for reflection where you can retreat when life feels overwhelming. Your outer world shapes your inner one. Ryokan smiled and pointed to a simple stone lantern in the garden. Ryokan. Even small touches like this lantern can bring calm and focus. Your sanctuary doesn't have to be elaborate. It simply needs to reflect your desire for peace. The transformation. As the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the temple, Akio felt a profound shift within him. The master's words were simple, yet deeply resonant. Akio. Thank you, Master. I will carry these lessons with me and nurture them. Ryokan. Remember, peace is not a destination, it is a practice. Be patient with yourself and trust the journey. In the weeks that followed, Akio applied the teachings to his life. He practiced mindfulness, embraced change, and surrendered control. He found joy in gratitude and created a serene space in his home. Slowly, the restlessness that once plagued him gave way to a profound sense of peace. Word of Akio's transformation spread, and soon others sought him out for guidance. Like the master who had taught him, Akio shared these lessons, becoming a beacon of hope for those seeking inner calm. And so, the young seeker became a teacher, proving that peace is not found in the world around us, but cultivated in the quiet strength of the heart. Akio often returned to the temple, not as a student, but as a friend of the master. Together, they continued their discussions, enriching each other's understanding of life. Over time, Akio realized that his journey was not just about finding peace, but about inspiring others to embark on their own paths to tranquility. 10 disturbing signs. You're surrounded by fake people and how to deal with this problem. In a world filled with social connections, it's easy to mistake proximity for authenticity. Yet, some of the most harmful relationships in our lives come disguised as friendships. These individuals, whom we might call fake people, are not always overtly toxic. Instead, they erode trust and authenticity in subtle but destructive ways. They prioritize appearances, manipulate emotions, and often pursue their self-interest at the expense of others. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, keep company only with those who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best self. Why does recognizing fake people matter? It's not just about avoiding discomfort. These relationships can drain our mental energy, corrode our self-esteem, and distract us from meaningful pursuits. When we allow insincerity to linger in our lives, we compromise our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner tranquility by choosing carefully whom we let into our circle. He wrote, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do matters." Spotting fake people is about reclaiming this tranquility. The purpose of this article is to help you identify the subtle yet disturbing signs of fake people in your life. Armed with this awareness, you can take purposeful action to protect yourself and nurture relationships that reflect mutual respect and authenticity. In doing so, you align yourself with the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous life, where your energy is channeled toward what truly matters, becoming the best version of yourself and fostering meaningful connections. Recognizing fake people isn't about fostering suspicion, but about practicing discernment. By learning to spot these toxic behaviors, you take a powerful step toward living a life of integrity and emotional freedom. 1. Excessive flattery that feels insincere or manipulative. Flattery, when sincere, can uplift and inspire, but when it's used as a tool for manipulation, it becomes a trap. Fake people often shower others with excessive praise, not to express genuine admiration, but to disarm or manipulate them. As Seneca observed, a flatterer is a friend who is your enemy in disguise. Their words may feel good in the moment, but their intentions are rooted in self-interest. Consider a colleague who constantly praises your work in meetings, but later undermines you to superiors, or a friend who compliments your appearance excessively, but expects favors in return. Their compliments feel hollow, as if they're saying what they think you want to hear, not what they truly believe. This behavior often reveals a lack of authenticity and a desire to manipulate your emotions for their gain. Stoicism teaches us to value truth over comfort. Marcus Aurelius advises, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. In the same vein, it's crucial to seek relationships built on honesty rather than superficial praise. When someone's flattery feels disproportionate or self-serving, pause and question their motives. True friends will offer encouragement grounded in sincerity, not manipulation. To protect yourself, focus on cultivating a strong sense of self-worth that doesn't depend on others' approval. When you value yourself for who you are, you become less susceptible to the allure of empty compliments. Instead, you'll recognize the deeper worth of those who support you with honesty and integrity. 2. Talking behind your back, but acting friendly in person. Few things are as damaging to trust as discovering that someone speaks poorly of you when you're not around. Fake people often maintain a facade of friendliness while sowing discord behind closed doors. This duplicity can leave you questioning your perception and doubting the authenticity of your relationships. Picture a co-worker who greets you warmly every day but criticizes your efforts to others, undermining your reputation. Or a friend who listens to your struggles only to share them as gossip in another circle. These actions reveal a fundamental lack of respect and loyalty. As Epictetus cautioned, first, learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. Stoic wisdom reminds us to guard our peace by aligning ourselves with those whose actions match their words. Marcus Aurelius advises, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This is a powerful reminder to value truth over appearances. When faced with a two-faced individual, don't internalize their behavior as a reflection of your worth. Instead, recognize it as their failure to live virtuously. To address this, cultivate direct and honest communication. If you suspect someone of speaking behind your back, confront them calmly and assertively. A genuine person will respond with accountability, while a fake one will deflect or deny. Build relationships with those who value integrity and let go of connections that lack mutual respect. 3. Disappearing. When you need support, but showing up during your successes. True friends stand by your side through both triumphs and trials. Fake people, however, have a pattern of vanishing when the going gets tough, only to reappear when there's something to gain. Their loyalty is conditional, tied to how your circumstances benefit them. As Seneca noted, adversity is the truest touchstone of friendship. Imagine reaching out to someone during a personal crisis, only to be met with silence. Later, when you achieve a milestone or success, they're the first to show up, eager to share in the spotlight. Their behavior reveals a lack of genuine care. They value what you can offer them, not who you are. Stoicism teaches us to accept hardships as part of life's natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be surprised. Everything in life is but what you make it." Similarly, the presence of fake people during difficult times shouldn't surprise you. Instead, let it sharpen your discernment. To protect yourself, pay attention to who remains during challenging moments. These are the people who value you unconditionally. Limit your emotional investment in those who disappear when you need them most. By focusing on authentic relationships, you free yourself from the disappointment of unmet expectations and align with Stoic principles of self-sufficiency and resilience. 4. Constantly competing with you or one-upping your experiences. A hallmark of fake people is their inability to celebrate your successes without feeling threatened. They often turn every conversation into a competition, diminishing your achievements to elevate their own. This behavior reflects insecurity and a need for validation at your expense. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "Be content with what you are, and wish not for what you are not." Imagine sharing an exciting promotion only to hear, "That's nice, but when I was promoted, it was to an even higher position," or discussing a personal milestone only for them to immediately share a bigger accomplishment. Their focus isn't on you, but on how they can outshine you. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what is within our control, our own actions and thoughts. Comparing yourself to others or allowing their comparisons to affect you only leads to unnecessary suffering. As Epictetus taught, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Recognize that their behavior stems from their own struggles, not your inadequacy. To deal with these individuals, disengage from the competition they create. Avoid trying to match their one-upmanship and instead redirect the conversation to topics of mutual interest or genuine connection. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your successes as much as their own. By aligning with those who uplift rather than compete, you cultivate a community rooted in mutual respect and shared joy. 5. Showing little interest in your life unless it benefits them. Fake people often display selective interest. They'll engage with you only when they have something to gain. Conversations with them feel transactional, not mutual, leaving you feeling used rather than valued. Seneca captured this dynamic perfectly. Associate with people who are likely to improve you. Picture a friend who rarely asks about your life, but becomes highly attentive when they need advice, resources, or connections. Once their needs are met, their interest in you quickly fades. This lack of reciprocity reveals their self-centered motives and undermines genuine connection. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate relationships based on shared virtue, not utility. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time on arguing what a good man should be one." True friends invest in your well-being because they care, not because they expect something in return. To address this, observe how others respond when you share your joys and struggles. Authentic friends will engage out of genuine interest, while fake ones will either redirect the conversation to themselves or lose interest. Limit your investment in relationships that lack reciprocity and focus on building connections with people who value you for who you are, not what you can provide. 6. Using gossip or lies to manipulate others' opinions about you. Fake people often rely on gossip and deceit to manipulate others' perceptions of you. They spread half-truths, twist facts, and sow seeds of doubt to undermine your reputation. This behavior reflects their insecurity and lack of integrity. As Epictetus said, "The soul that is enslaved to its passions is tossed by the waves." Consider a co-worker who subtly criticizes you to your boss while maintaining a friendly demeanor toward you. Or a friend who spreads personal information you shared in confidence to create drama. These actions are not only hurtful, but also indicative of someone who lacks the moral character to build trust. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of aligning with people who practice virtue. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Fake people often fail this test, and their behavior reveals their character more than it damages yours. To protect yourself, avoid engaging in gossip yourself. By maintaining your integrity, you ensure that their lies hold less power. Confront manipulative individuals calmly and directly when necessary. but don't allow their actions to pull you into a cycle of negativity. Instead, focus on building relationships with individuals who value honesty and transparency. By doing so, you reinforce the Stoic ideal of a life rooted in virtue and resilience. 7. Fake apologies that lack sincerity and accountability. A fake person's apology is often a hollow performance designed to save face rather than make amends. They may say, "I'm sorry you feel that way," deflecting responsibility, or apologize simply to move past the issue without addressing the root cause. As Seneca observed, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." A fake apology underscores the pain of insincere relationships. Consider a friend who dismisses your hurt feelings with, "I didn't mean it like that, but if it upset you, sorry." Their words lack genuine remorse or a commitment to change. Such apologies fail to repair trust or strengthen the bond. Instead, they reveal a deeper unwillingness to prioritize mutual respect and growth. Stoicism teaches us to value actions over words. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time talking about what a good man should be one. A sincere apology involves acknowledgement of harm, accountability, and a genuine effort to change. Fake apologies fail this test, revealing the person's lack of authenticity. To address this, don't let empty words pacify you. Respond by calmly expressing what you need from an apology, such as accountability and change. If the person continues offering insincerity, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. Surround yourself with individuals who value integrity and are willing to take responsibility for their actions, as these are the foundations of meaningful connections. 8. Mimicking your behavior or interests to blend in or gain favor. Fake people often mimic your mannerisms, hobbies, or preferences to gain your trust or approval. While imitation can be flattering when rooted in admiration, it becomes unsettling when it's used manipulatively. Epictetus warned, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Fake people, lacking this self-awareness, adopt others' identities to mask their own insecurities. Imagine a co-worker who suddenly shares your interests, or a friend who starts dressing, talking, or behaving just like you. At first, this might seem like a coincidence, but over time, it becomes clear that their mimicry is a strategy to gain acceptance or leverage. Stoicism teaches us to value authenticity above all. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be yourself, the world will adjust." Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect for each other's individuality, not on forced conformity. To protect yourself, observe whether this person also mirrors others or shifts their behavior depending on who they're with. If their mimicry feels manipulative, create boundaries and focus on authentic connections. Encourage others to embrace their true selves by doing so yourself. When you align with people who value individuality, you foster a community of authenticity and mutual respect. 9. Emotionally draining interactions with little reciprocity. Fake people often engage in relationships that feel one-sided. They may lean on you for emotional support, but disappear when you need help. Interactions with them leave you feeling drained, as they take far more than they give. As Marcus Aurelius noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Fake people disrupt this quality by monopolizing your emotional energy. Consider a friend who constantly unloads their problems on you but dismisses your struggles or changes the subject when it's your turn to talk. Their behavior demonstrates a lack of empathy and reciprocity, hallmarks of an insincere relationship. Stoicism reminds us to guard our inner peace by avoiding unnecessary emotional burdens. Epictetus advised, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." Fake people often demand more of your time and energy than they're willing to return, leaving you perpetually unsatisfied. To address this, set clear boundaries. Limit the time and energy you devote to relationships that feel draining. Seek connections with people who offer emotional support and balance. By focusing on these authentic relationships, you can preserve your emotional well-being and create a network of mutual care. 10. Prioritizing appearances and status over genuine connection. For fake people, appearances often take precedence over authenticity. They prioritize how things look over how they feel, valuing social status and public image more than meaningful relationships. Seneca's words remind us of the folly in this. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Fake people's obsession with appearances stems from their own insecurities, not genuine value. Imagine a friend who only spends time with you in public, ensuring they're seen with you at social events, but avoiding deeper, private conversations. Or a colleague who flatters you in meetings, but ignores you otherwise. Their actions are about optics, not connection. Stoicism teaches us to focus on substance over form. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be satisfied with what you have and accept the present moment." Genuine relationships thrive on mutual understanding and shared values, not superficial displays of success or popularity. To protect yourself, recognize when someone's actions are more about performance than connection. Prioritize relationships that value honesty and depth over appearances. Surround yourself with people who see your worth beyond status or social clout. By doing so, you align with the Stoic ideal of living a life grounded in authenticity and virtue. Solutions and how to protect yourself. Recognizing fake people in your life is only the first step. The real challenge lies in protecting yourself from their toxic influence while fostering authentic connections. Stoic wisdom offers practical strategies to navigate these challenges with clarity and resilience. 1. Identify and limit interactions. Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Once you identify fake people, consciously limit your exposure to their negativity. This doesn't always mean cutting them off completely. Sometimes, especially with co-workers or family members, that's impractical. Instead, create emotional boundaries. For example, avoid sharing personal details with those who have betrayed your trust and engage with them only when necessary. Communicate directly and assertively. Fake people often thrive on ambiguity, so clear, assertive communication can disarm their tactics. If someone exhibits toxic behaviors, address it calmly and firmly. Marcus Aurelius advises, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. Approach conversations with compassion, but stand firm in expressing your boundaries. For instance, if a friend constantly gossips, tell them, I'm uncomfortable discussing others this way. 3. Build a strong support system. A community of authentic, supportive individuals is a powerful antidote to the effects of fake relationships. Seek out people who align with your values and demonstrate loyalty and empathy. Seneca encourages us to associate with people who are likely to improve you. Invest your energy in these relationships and let them reinforce your sense of belonging and self-worth. 4. Practice self-care and emotional resilience. Fake people can drain your emotional reserves, making self-care essential. Marcus Aurelius advises, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Focus on activities that nurture your well-being, such as journaling, meditation, or engaging in hobbies that bring you joy. Strengthen your inner world so you rely less on external validation. 5. Seek professional guidance when necessary. If fake people have caused significant emotional harm, don't hesitate to seek help. A therapist or counselor can provide tools to navigate these challenges and help you heal. Stoicism doesn't mean handling everything alone. It encourages wisdom in seeking the right resources for growth and recovery. By following these steps, you align with the Stoic principle of cultivating a life rooted in virtue and authenticity. You not only protect yourself from the influence of fake people, but also pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Identifying fake people in your life is not about fostering distrust, but about practicing discernment to protect your peace and well-being. Stoicism reminds us that our inner tranquility depends on the quality of our relationships. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By removing toxic influences and nurturing genuine connections, you create space for growth, resilience, and joy. Recap the signs. Excessive flattery, duplicity, emotional one-sidedness, and a focus on appearances are just a few of the red flags to watch for. Recognizing these behaviors allows you to limit their impact and make room for relationships that truly matter. Remember, you are the guardian of your own well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with people who may improve you and welcome those whom you may improve. Surround yourself with people who uplift, challenge, and inspire you. Finally, embrace your self-worth. You deserve relationships built on trust, honesty, and mutual care. By fostering authenticity in yourself and others, you not only protect your emotional health, but also build a life of deeper meaning and connection. Take this wisdom to heart and let it guide you. Your time and energy are precious. Invest them wisely. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video. It really helps spread this message to others who might need it. Subscribe to the channel for more insights on relationships, personal growth, and wisdom inspired by timeless philosophies. And of course, if you think someone in your life could benefit from this, don't hesitate to share it with them. Your support means the world and helps us continue creating content that empowers and inspires. Thank you for being part of this community, and remember, always choose authenticity and protect your peace. See you in the next video.
Here are 10 powerful Stoic strategies to handle criticism like a master. What if you could turn every criticism into a tool for growth instead of a source of pain? These timeless Stoic principles will show you how to stay calm, confident, and in control no matter what life throws at you. Most people crumble under criticism or lash out defensively, but the Stoics knew better. They turned adversity into an advantage. Imagine hearing harsh words and walking away stronger, not defeated. One of these techniques helped Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, lead with wisdom even under constant scrutiny. Another can help you stay composed during the toughest conversations at work or at home. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand how to handle criticism, but also how to thrive because of it. Whether it's feedback from a boss, a snide remark from a friend, or an online comment that stings, you'll have the tools to respond with grace and grow from every challenge. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before reacting. Criticism can feel like a personal attack, and our initial instinct is often to defend ourselves or retaliate. However, as the Stoics teach, emotions are fleeting and unreliable guides. Taking a moment to pause and reflect can completely shift the way we perceive and respond to criticism. For example, imagine you're presenting a project at work and your manager says, "This isn't what we were expecting." The immediate urge might be to argue, "But I followed your instructions." Instead, take a breath and pause. Say something neutral like, "I'd love to understand more about what you were expecting." This gives you time to compose yourself and opens the door to constructive dialogue. A similar example comes from Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. Despite facing harsh criticism from the Senate, he was known for his composure. Instead of reacting impulsively, Marcus would listen, reflect, and respond with calmness. His ability to pause allowed him to address concerns thoughtfully, often turning adversaries into allies. In our daily lives, this principle can be applied in personal relationships. If a friend says, "You're always late," the immediate reaction might be defensive. "No, I'm not." But pausing allows us to consider, are they right? How can I improve? This not only diffuses tension, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. Pausing doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. It's the first step in transforming criticism from a source of conflict into an opportunity for growth. By practicing this, we build the habit of responding wisely, not impulsively, a true hallmark of Stoic strength. 2. Distinguish between fact and opinion. Not all criticism is created equal. Some criticisms are rooted in facts and highlight areas for genuine improvement, while others are mere opinions, often shaped by the critic's biases or emotions. A Stoic knows how to separate the two. For instance, imagine a scenario where you're a writer and someone says, "Your grammar is terrible." This might sting, but it's worth pausing to evaluate. If a specific grammatical mistake is pointed out, it's a factual criticism and an opportunity to improve your skills. On the other hand, if someone says, "I hate your writing style," it's purely subjective. Writing style is personal, and not everyone will resonate with it. A real-life example can be seen in customer service. A barista might receive a complaint like, "This coffee is too bitter." Instead of taking it personally, the barista can evaluate, is the coffee truly bitter due to an error in preparation, a fact, or is the customer expressing a personal taste preference, an opinion? Distinguishing between the two helps the barista either improve or simply accept that not everyone will be satisfied. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on this distinction in his meditations. He reminded himself that many criticisms are opinions, not universal truths, and that others' judgments often reveal more about them than about him. In our own lives, understanding this difference can bring peace. If someone criticizes your appearance by saying, "You look tired," ask yourself, is this based on observable facts, like lack of sleep, or just their perception? Address facts where necessary, but let opinions roll off like water on a duck's back. This clarity keeps your mind focused on growth and shields you from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 3. Embrace criticism as feedback. Criticism, especially when delivered constructively, is one of the most valuable tools for personal growth. However, embracing it requires a shift in mindset. Seeing criticism not as an attack, but as feedback meant to help us improve. Take the example of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. He faced relentless criticism for his repeated failures, with people saying he was wasting his time. Instead of letting their words discourage him, Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." By viewing criticism as feedback, he used it to refine his approach, ultimately achieving one of the greatest inventions in history. In a modern workplace setting, consider a scenario where your manager reviews your report and says, "This section isn't clear." Instead of feeling offended, ask, "Can you help me understand which parts are unclear and how I can improve them?" This response not only shows your willingness to grow, but also turns the criticism into actionable insights. A personal example could involve fitness. Imagine your trainer says, "Your form during squats is off." It might feel like a blow to your ego, but instead of reacting defensively, ask for guidance. What can I adjust to improve? This openness leads to better results and shows humility, a key Stoic virtue. The Stoics believed in constantly seeking self-improvement. Epictetus taught that we should welcome feedback, even from those who are harsh or rude, as it reveals areas where we can grow stronger. By embracing criticism as feedback, you shift from a defensive mindset to a proactive one, transforming potentially painful moments into opportunities for growth and excellence. This perspective empowers you to continually refine yourself, becoming the best version of who you can be. 4. Remember your inner fortress. Criticism can shake us if we allow it to. However, the Stoics believed in cultivating an inner fortress, a secure sense of self-worth built on virtues, not external opinions. This mindset helps us weather any storm of negativity with grace and confidence. Consider the story of Eleanor Roosevelt. As First Lady, she faced relentless public criticism, often regarding her unconventional views and advocacy. Yet she famously said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Her unshakable inner confidence allowed her to continue her work undeterred, focusing on her values rather than seeking approval from others. A more everyday example might involve social media. Imagine posting a photo or opinion online and receiving a harsh comment like, "This is stupid." Instead of internalizing it, remind yourself, my worth isn't defined by this person's opinion. Think about why you posted it in the first place. Perhaps to share something meaningful or to connect with others. Your intention is what matters, not the fleeting judgment of a stranger. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of staying true to one's inner self. In his meditations he wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own." This reminder to value your judgment over external criticism is central to Stoic resilience. To build your inner fortress, focus on your values, integrity and growth. If you know you're acting with virtue and striving to improve, external criticism loses its power. Like a castle standing tall against the winds, your sense of self will remain steadfast, enabling you to navigate criticism without losing your balance. This inner strength turns critiques into passing breezes, not earthquakes. 5. Seek the kernel of truth. Criticism, even when harsh or poorly delivered, often carries a nugget of truth that can help you grow if you're willing to look for it. The Stoics believed in self-awareness and the courage to confront our flaws. By seeking the kernel of truth in criticism, we turn it into a mirror for self-improvement. For example, consider a scenario where a colleague says, "You're always late to meetings." The word "always" might be an exaggeration, and the tone might feel accusatory. But is there truth in the statement? Reflect honestly. Have I been late recently? If so, why? If the answer is yes, the criticism points to an area for improvement, punctuality, regardless of how it was delivered. A historical example is Abraham Lincoln. Early in his political career, he was often criticized for being indecisive and inexperienced. Instead of dismissing these critiques, he examined them carefully, identifying areas where he lacked knowledge and taking deliberate steps to educate himself. Over time, this humility and openness to feedback made him one of the most respected leaders in history. In personal relationships, a partner might say, "You don't listen to me." While it might feel unfair, asking yourself, "Is there some truth to this?" could reveal moments where you were distracted or dismissive. Acknowledging this truth allows you to work on being more present and attentive. Epictetus encouraged his students to be grateful for honest feedback, even if it stung. He believed that recognizing and addressing our weaknesses is the path to virtue. Seeking the truth in criticism, even when it's unpleasant, shows strength and wisdom. By doing so, you transform critiques into stepping stones for growth, making even your harshest critics unintentional allies in your self-improvement journey. 6. Don't take it personally. One of the most liberating Stoic principles is recognizing that criticism often says more about the critic than the criticized. By not taking things personally, you free yourself from the emotional weight of others' opinions and maintain clarity in your response. Imagine a scenario at work where a teammate says, "Your idea will never work. It's too risky." It's easy to feel insulted, but consider the critic's perspective. Their reaction may stem from their own fear of risk or past failures, not the merit of your idea. Instead of internalizing their judgment, focus on the facts and move forward confidently. A historical example is Mahatma Gandhi. As a leader advocating for nonviolent resistance, he faced ridicule and harsh criticism from both supporters and opponents. Yet, Gandhi famously said, "Nobody can hurt me without my permission." He understood that their words reflected their struggles, not his purpose. This mindset helped him remain focused on his mission despite the noise. In personal relationships, a loved one might say something hurtful like, "You're always so selfish." While it feels deeply personal, pausing to consider their emotional state can help you see that their words might stem from frustration or misunderstanding rather than a true reflection of your character. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When someone criticizes or wrongs you, remember that they act from their own principles, not yours." Recognizing this frees you from reacting defensively and keeps your emotions grounded. By not taking criticism personally, you build a shield of perspective. You gain the power to evaluate words objectively, discerning what is useful and letting go of what is not. This practice protects your peace of mind and ensures you stay true to your values, unaffected by fleeting judgments. Respond with dignity. The Stoics emphasized that how we respond to criticism defines our character more than the criticism itself. Choosing to respond with dignity, calmly and respectfully, reflects emotional maturity and strength, disarming negativity and fostering constructive dialogue. Imagine receiving a harsh critique during a meeting. Your plan is completely unrealistic. The immediate temptation might be to defend yourself or fire back, but responding with dignity might look like this. "I appreciate your feedback. Could you share specific concerns so we can address them?" This approach maintains professionalism, keeps emotions in check, and turns a potentially hostile exchange into a productive conversation. Consider the example of Michelle Obama. As First Lady, she faced severe criticism and even personal attacks. Instead of lashing out, she consistently responded with grace, saying, "When they go low, we go high." Her dignified responses earned her widespread respect and made her a role model for handling adversity. In everyday life, suppose a friend says, "You've changed. You're not the same person anymore." A defensive reaction could escalate the situation, but a dignified response might be,
I'm sorry you feel that way. Can you help me understand what's changed from your perspective? This not only diffuses tension, but also shows you value the relationship enough to seek clarity. Epictetus advised, keep your dignity and composure under all circumstances. Responding with dignity doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means channeling them constructively. When you respond with dignity, you show others and yourself that you are in control of your actions and emotions. Criticism then becomes a test of character rather than a source of conflict. This Stoic approach ensures you remain grounded and graceful, regardless of the circumstances. 8. Let go of what you can't control. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what lies within your control and letting go of what doesn't. When it comes to criticism, this principle is invaluable. You can't control others' opinions or how they express them, but you can control how you interpret and respond to their words. For example, imagine you're an artist who recently displayed your work at an exhibition. A visitor remarks, "This piece feels meaningless to me." You could spend hours agonizing over their comment, questioning your talent, or you could remind yourself, their reaction is beyond your control. Your responsibility is to create art that's meaningful to you, not to please everyone. A powerful historical example is Socrates. Known for his unorthodox ideas, he was frequently criticized and mocked in public. Socrates remained unshaken, famously saying, "I am not disturbed that others have different opinions of me. I am only concerned that I not lose my own self-respect." He focused solely on living virtuously, letting go of others' judgments. In everyday scenarios, consider receiving unsolicited advice like, "You should change careers. This isn't going anywhere." While such comments might sting, remind yourself, you can't control their opinions or motivations. What you can control is evaluating whether the advice aligns with your goals and values. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. When you let go of the need to control external perceptions, you gain freedom and peace of mind. By focusing on your own actions and mindset, criticism loses its power to destabilize you. This shift allows you to prioritize your growth and integrity, transforming criticism into background noise rather than a source of anxiety. Surround yourself with wise advisors. Criticism from the wrong sources can be demoralizing or unhelpful. That's why the Stoics valued the company of wise and virtuous individuals whose feedback is grounded in truth and a genuine desire to help you grow. Surrounding yourself with people you trust ensures the criticism you receive is constructive and valuable. For instance, think about professional athletes. A tennis player might receive criticism from thousands of fans and commentators, but they'll turn to their coach for actionable feedback. The coach's insights are rooted in expertise and tailored to the athlete's improvement, making them infinitely more valuable than random opinions. A historical example is Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Despite being surrounded by sycophants, he sought the counsel of trusted advisors who would challenge him constructively rather than flatter him. His ability to invite and embrace honest feedback from the right people contributed to his reputation as a wise and just leader. In your personal life, imagine a situation where you're criticized by a colleague who barely knows you. Their comment may feel unfair or uninformed. Instead of dwelling on it, consult a mentor or a trusted friend. "Here's the feedback I received. What's your perspective?" Their guidance grounded in their understanding of your character and abilities, is far more meaningful. Epictetus advised, "Seek the company of those who make you better." When you surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your growth, their feedback becomes a tool for improvement, not a weapon for harm. By prioritizing the wisdom of trusted advisors over the noise of general criticism, you gain clarity and direction. These relationships become a safeguard, ensuring the criticism you act on is relevant, fair, and beneficial, allowing you to grow with confidence and focus. 10. Practice gratitude for the challenge. The Stoics believed that every adversity, including criticism, is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. Instead of resenting criticism, they encouraged embracing it with gratitude as a tool for self-improvement. Consider the example of a young chef presenting their signature dish to a renowned critic who responds, "This lacks depth and balance." While the words sting, the chef can choose to feel offended or view this as a valuable lesson. By reflecting on the critique and applying it to their craft, the chef improves and elevates their skills. The critic's harsh feedback becomes a catalyst for greatness. Another powerful example is J.K. Rowling, who faced multiple rejections before finding a publisher for Harry Potter. The criticism she received from publishers could have discouraged her, but instead she saw it as part of her journey. She was grateful for the chance to refine her work and persisted until she achieved extraordinary success. In daily life, criticism might come from a partner saying, "You never listen to me." While it's easy to react defensively, consider practicing gratitude. I'm thankful they care enough to tell me how they feel. This mindset shifts the focus from personal hurt to an opportunity to improve communication and strengthen the relationship. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be grateful for everything that happens. It's meant for your benefit." Even when criticism feels unjust or harsh, it's a chance to practice patience, humility, and resilience. Gratitude turns moments of discomfort into opportunities for growth. By welcoming criticism as a challenge, you develop a mindset of continuous improvement. Gratitude transforms negativity into constructive energy, helping you rise above obstacles and emerge stronger, wiser, and more self-aware. This approach reflects true Stoic mastery and ensures that no critique is ever wasted. Handling criticism is never easy, but by applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can turn every critique into a chance to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Remember, it's not the criticism itself, but how you respond that defines you. Whether it's pausing before reacting, seeking the truth in feedback, or practicing gratitude for the challenge, these tools can transform negativity into personal growth. If you found value in these ideas, make sure to like this video to support the channel and help others discover it. Don't forget to subscribe for more timeless wisdom and practical strategies for living a better life. I'd love to hear from you. What's the most impactful takeaway for you? How have you handled criticism in your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire others on their journey. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise and resilient.
2,000-year-old Stoic wisdom to transform your life. Have you ever wondered what ancient wisdom could teach us about finding true happiness and inner peace in today's chaotic world? Imagine tapping into 2,000-year-old Stoic principles that have stood the test of time, offering profound insights for navigating life's challenges with resilience and clarity. The Stoics, renowned for their practical and rational approach to life, provide timeless rules that guide us toward a fulfilling and virtuous existence. In this exploration of Stoic philosophy, we delve into 12 powerful ideas that can transform our perspective, empower our actions, and help us lead a life of wisdom and purpose. Let's uncover how these ancient teachings can illuminate our path in the modern world, fostering a sense of tranquility and strength amidst the turmoil. Number 1. Practical wisdom. Stoic philosophy emphasizes practical wisdom, the application of rational principles to daily life. It's not enough to merely understand virtue, one must live it. Practical wisdom involves making decisions that align with moral and ethical standards, leading to a life of integrity and purpose. This wisdom helps navigate challenges with a clear mind, distinguishing what truly matters from trivial distractions. By focusing on virtue and rational action, we cultivate a stable and resilient character. The Stoics teach us that wisdom isn't found in abstract theories, but in the day-to-day application of principles like courage, justice, temperance, and practical reasoning. This approach not only enhances personal well-being, but also contributes to the greater good, fostering a harmonious and just society. In embracing practical wisdom, we learn to act with intention and clarity, making choices that reflect our highest values and enduring truths. This grounded approach to life ensures that we remain steadfast amidst chaos, resilient in adversity, and unwavering in our pursuit of a virtuous and fulfilling existence. Number 2, justice and brotherhood. The Stoics believed in the profound interconnectedness of humanity, advocating for justice and brotherhood. Understanding others' perspectives is crucial for fostering forgiveness and reducing conflict. By recognizing that everyone is a fellow participant in the human experience, we can cultivate empathy and compassion. Justice, according to Stoic principles, involves treating others fairly and with respect, ensuring that our actions contribute to the common good. This sense of brotherhood extends beyond immediate relationships, encompassing all of humanity. In embracing this ideal, we commit to a life of service, supporting and uplifting others. This communal approach not only enhances societal harmony, but also enriches our own lives, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. When we view others as brothers and sisters, we're more inclined to act with kindness, patience, and understanding, creating a ripple effect of positive change. This principle of justice and brotherhood reminds us that true strength lies in unity, and that by working together, we can overcome any challenge and build a more just and compassionate world. Number 3, control and acceptance. One of the central tenets of Stoic philosophy is the concept of control and acceptance. Happiness, according to the Stoics, is found in recognizing and accepting what is within our control and letting go of what is not. This principle teaches us to focus our energy on our thoughts, actions, and responses, which are within our power, rather than external events and outcomes, which are beyond our control. By accepting this reality, we reduce unnecessary stress and anxiety, cultivating a sense of inner peace. This approach encourages a proactive mindset, where we take responsibility for our own well-being and actions, rather than blaming external circumstances. In doing so, we build resilience and maintain our composure even in the face of adversity. Acceptance does not mean passive resignation, but rather a clear-eyed acknowledgement of reality, empowering us to act wisely and effectively within the sphere of our control. This Stoic principle is a powerful tool for navigating life's challenges with grace and equanimity, ensuring that we remain steadfast and centered no matter what comes our way. Number 4, reflection and self-improvement. Stoicism places a strong emphasis on reflection and self-improvement. Regular self-reflection is a crucial practice for personal growth, allowing us to assess our actions, thoughts, and motivations critically. This introspective process helps us identify areas for improvement and develop a deeper understanding of our own character. The Stoics believed that by examining our lives, we can align more closely with our values and principles, leading to a more virtuous and fulfilling existence. Self-improvement is an ongoing journey, one that requires humility and a willingness to acknowledge and correct our faults. It involves setting realistic goals and striving to become better each day, not for external validation, but for the sake of our own moral development. Through this process, we cultivate virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, building a character that can withstand life's challenges. By committing to reflection and self-improvement, we take an active role in shaping our destiny, ensuring that we live a life of purpose and integrity. Number 5, purpose and duty. Understanding and fulfilling one's purpose and duties in life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believe that each person has a unique role to play, and by embracing this role with integrity and commitment, we find true contentment. Purpose is not just about personal ambition, but also about contributing to the greater good. This sense of duty guides our actions, helping us navigate life's complexities with a clear sense of direction. When we understand our purpose, we are less likely to be swayed by external distractions or trivial pursuits. Instead, we focus on what truly matters, aligning our actions with our core values and principles. This commitment to purpose and duty fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and resilience, as we are anchored by a strong sense of meaning. By dedicating ourselves to our responsibilities, whether in our personal lives or within the broader community, we contribute to a more harmonious and just world. This Stoic principle teaches us that true happiness and satisfaction come from living in accordance with our highest ideals and making a positive impact on the lives of others. Number 6, mindfulness of mortality. Practicing memento mori, the reminder of our mortality, is a powerful Stoic exercise that encourages us to live each day with purpose and gratitude. The awareness of death should not be a source of fear, but a motivator to live fully and meaningfully. By acknowledging that our time is limited, we become more mindful of how we spend each moment, prioritizing what truly matters. This practice helps us appreciate the present and the simple joys of life, fostering a sense of gratitude for our experiences and relationships. It also encourages us to let go of petty grievances and focus on what is within our control. The Stoics believed that understanding and accepting our mortality is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us to live with integrity, making the most of our time and leaving a positive legacy. Embracing this perspective helps us face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. Number 7, emotional mastery. Mastering one's emotions is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that true power comes from controlling our emotions rather than being controlled by them. Emotions such as anger, fear, and jealousy are seen as distortions that cloud our judgment and hinder rational thinking. By practicing self-discipline and understanding, we can manage these emotions effectively. This involves recognizing the triggers of negative emotions and responding with calm and reason. Emotional mastery does not mean suppressing feelings, but rather transforming them into constructive responses. By maintaining a balanced and composed mindset, we navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and clarity. This Stoic approach fosters inner peace and strength, allowing us to remain focused on our goals and values despite external pressures. Through emotional mastery, we cultivate a state of equanimity, where we are not easily swayed by external events, but remain grounded in our principles. This enables us to make thoughtful decisions and build healthier relationships, contributing to a more fulfilling and harmonious life. Number 8, self-reliance and virtue. True happiness and contentment, according to Stoic philosophy, come from within. Self-reliance and the cultivation of virtue are essential for a fulfilling life. The Stoics teach that external possessions and circumstances do not determine our well-being. Rather, it is our inner state and adherence to moral principles that matter. By focusing on developing virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we build a resilient and stable character. Self-reliance involves trusting in our own abilities and judgment, while also recognizing our interconnectedness with others. This balance helps us navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Living in harmony with nature and our true selves leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction and peace. By prioritizing virtue over material wealth, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of external validation and find joy in the simple and meaningful aspects of life. This Stoic principle reminds us that we have the power to create a good life through our actions and choices, grounded in self-reliance and the pursuit of virtue. Number 9, community and cooperation. The Stoics emphasize the importance of community and cooperation, recognizing that humans are inherently social beings. Embracing the interconnectedness of humanity fosters empathy, altruism, and mutual support. This principle encourages us to view others as fellow members of a universal community, working together for the common good. By prioritizing cooperation over competition, we contribute to a more harmonious and just society. This approach involves active participation in our communities, offering support and kindness to others, and working towards shared goals. The Stoics teach that by helping others, we also enrich our own lives, creating a sense of belonging and purpose. This communal mindset strengthens social bonds and promotes collective well-being. It reminds us that our actions impact not only ourselves, but also those around us. By fostering a spirit of cooperation and empathy, we build stronger, more resilient communities that can face challenges together. This Stoic principle underscores the idea that true strength and happiness lie in unity and shared purpose. Number 10, dealing with adversity. Building resilience through voluntary hardship is a key Stoic principle for dealing with adversity. The Stoics believed that by intentionally facing challenges, we strengthen our character and prepare ourselves for life's inevitable difficulties. This practice involves embracing discomfort and viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth. Recognizing that external events do not harm us, but our judgments about them do, helps us maintain perspective and composure. By shifting our mindset to see adversity as a natural part of life, we become more adaptable and resourceful. This approach fosters a sense of inner strength and resilience, enabling us to navigate crises with calm and clarity. The Stoics teach that adversity reveals our true character and provides a chance to practice virtues such as courage, patience, and perseverance. By confronting difficulties head-on and learning from them, we develop a robust and resilient spirit. This Stoic principle encourages us to see challenges not as setbacks, but as essential experiences that shape and refine us, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Number 11, living in the present. The Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of living in the present. By focusing on the here and now, we maximize our experiences and make the most of our time. The Stoics teach that excessive concern for the past or future diminishes our ability to appreciate and engage with the present moment. Living immediately means valuing the current experiences and opportunities without being weighed down by regrets or anxieties. This approach fosters mindfulness and gratitude, allowing us to fully immerse ourselves in our activities and relationships. By embracing the present, we reduce stress and increase our sense of fulfillment and joy. This principle encourages us to let go of distractions and focus on what truly matters, enhancing our overall well-being. The Stoics remind us that life happens in the present, and by fully engaging with it, we can live more meaningful and satisfying lives. This mindful approach ensures that we do not miss out on the richness of our experiences, leading to a deeper appreciation of life and its moments. Number 12. Perspective on death. Accepting death as a natural part of life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that death is not inherently terrifying. It is our perception that causes fear. By understanding and accepting the inevitability of death, we can live more fully and courageously. This perspective encourages us to focus on what truly matters and to make the most of our time. By contemplating our mortality, we develop a sense of urgency and purpose, prioritizing meaningful activities and relationships. This acceptance also helps us let go of trivial concerns and petty grievances, fostering a deeper sense of peace and contentment. The Stoics believe that understanding death is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us that life is fleeting and precious, and that we should live with integrity and intention. By embracing this principle, we can face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. This Stoic wisdom helps us appreciate the present and live a more meaningful and fulfilling life. As we draw from the ancient wisdom of Stoic philosophy, we uncover timeless principles that offer profound insights for leading a resilient, virtuous, and fulfilling life. By integrating these 2,000-year-old rules into our daily routines, we can cultivate inner peace, embrace challenges with courage, and live with a sense of purpose and clarity. If these teachings resonate with you and inspire you to lead a more meaningful life, don't forget to like this video. For more content on wisdom and personal growth, subscribe to our channel and join our community of seekers on this journey toward enlightenment. Share this video with others who might benefit from these insights, and let's continue exploring the transformative power of Stoic philosophy together. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more wisdom-filled videos.
10 terrible signs. You're ignoring your own needs and how to deal with this problem. Do you often feel drained, unfulfilled, or like something is missing in your life? You may be ignoring your own needs, a quiet habit that can lead to significant emotional, physical, and mental burnout. It's easy to fall into this pattern, especially when life's demands pull you in different directions. But neglecting yourself comes at a cost, and that cost often shows up as exhaustion, resentment, or a loss of joy. Ignoring your needs doesn't always happen deliberately. It's subtle. You tell yourself, "I'll rest after this one last task," or "It's fine, I can handle it." Before long, these small choices add up, and you find yourself disconnected from what truly matters to you. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our choices, actions, and well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By neglecting your needs, you surrender this power, letting external pressures dictate your life. This video isn't about self-indulgence, it's about self-respect. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. As Seneca said, A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is. Recognizing the signs of neglect and reclaiming your sense of self can lead to a more balanced, fulfilling life. In the next sections, we'll explore 10 terrible signs that you might be ignoring your own needs and how to address them. With each point, we'll draw on Stoic wisdom to guide you toward a life of harmony and self-awareness. Let's dive in with the calm and clarity the Stoics cherished, ready to face the truth with courage and wisdom. 1. Constantly prioritizing others over yourself. Do you find yourself always putting others' needs ahead of your own? Whether it's family, friends, or co-workers, you might be giving so much that you leave little time or energy for yourself. This behavior often stems from a desire to help or avoid disappointing others, but over time, it can drain you emotionally and physically. Imagine this: a colleague asks for help on a project, and you say yes, even though your own workload is already overwhelming. Or a friend constantly calls on you for support, yet you rarely share your own struggles. While generosity is virtuous, an unbalanced approach leaves you depleted and unfulfilled. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of balance and self-control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Being good includes honoring your own limits. If you give endlessly to others at the expense of your well-being, you risk becoming resentful and ineffective in your relationships. The key is to prioritize without guilt. Ask yourself, am I saying yes out of obligation or because I truly want to help? Recognize that you cannot pour from an empty cup. Set boundaries by politely declining when necessary. I'd love to help, but I need to focus on my own responsibilities right now. By respecting your needs, you ensure that the energy you give to others comes from a place of abundance, not depletion. A wise person understands that tending to their well-being is not selfish. It's the foundation for meaningful and balanced relationships. Prioritize yourself as part of your commitment to living a virtuous, harmonious life. 2. Feeling drained without knowing why. Do you wake up tired or go through your day feeling drained, yet you can't pinpoint why? This exhaustion often stems from neglecting your own needs. When you constantly give your time, energy, and attention to others without replenishing yourself, your body and mind start to protest. Imagine agreeing to every obligation, helping a co-worker finish their project, attending social events out of obligation, or staying up late to manage household chores. You keep telling yourself it's fine, but each day feels harder and you can't seem to recover. This chronic fatigue isn't just physical, it's emotional and mental too. The Stoics remind us to take responsibility for what we can control. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Feeling drained is often a sign that you've overestimated the importance of external obligations while undervaluing your own well-being. Pause and reflect on your daily habits. Are you saying yes to too many things? Are you giving yourself time to rest, reflect, and recharge? Start by setting small boundaries. Block out time for yourself on your calendar and treat it as non-negotiable. Say no to requests that don't align with your priorities. Energy is a finite resource. A wise person uses it wisely, ensuring they have enough to sustain themselves before offering it to others. By addressing the root causes of your fatigue, you not only regain your strength, but also your clarity and purpose. 3. Ignoring physical and mental health. Your body and mind are your greatest assets, yet ignoring your health is one of the most common ways people neglect their needs. Skipping meals, avoiding exercise, or brushing off stress and anxiety can seem harmless in the short term, but over time, these habits can take a serious toll. Picture this: You skip breakfast because you're running late, spend hours hunched over your desk without a break, and then collapse onto the couch at the end of the day, too tired to do anything but scroll on your phone. Days turn into weeks, and you start to notice your energy, mood, and focus deteriorating. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of discipline and care for the self. As Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Ignoring your health often reflects a mindset that prioritizes external demands over internal harmony. The Stoics believed in living in alignment with nature, which includes respecting your body's natural needs for nourishment, movement, and rest. To reclaim your health, start small. Prepare nourishing meals, prioritize regular movement, even if it's a short walk, and take breaks to clear your mind. Address mental health by practicing mindfulness or journaling to process your emotions. These simple acts can have profound effects on your overall well-being. A wise person knows that caring for the body and mind is essential to living a fulfilling life. When you prioritize your health, you align with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with nature, setting the foundation for strength and resilience. 4. Resentment towards others. Do you find yourself feeling bitter or resentful toward people you care about? This resentment often arises when you give too much of yourself without receiving the same level of care or consideration in return. It's a clear sign that your boundaries are being crossed, and perhaps that you've let them go unchecked. For example, you constantly help a friend who is struggling, but when you need support, they're unavailable. Or you take on extra work to help a colleague, only to feel overlooked when recognition is given. These moments of imbalance create frustration and emotional fatigue. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control. Epictetus said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." You cannot control how others act, but you can control your willingness to accept or reject these dynamics. Resentment often signals that it's time to reevaluate your boundaries. Address this feeling with honest reflection. Ask yourself, have I communicated my needs clearly? Often, others are unaware of how their actions or inactions affect you. Practice expressing your feelings calmly and constructively. I've noticed that I've been giving a lot of support lately, and I could use some in return. Resentment is a sign that something in the relationship dynamic needs adjustment. By addressing it with courage and clarity, you create space for healthier, more balanced connections while preserving your peace and energy. A wise person knows that mutual respect begins with self-respect. 5. Difficulty. Saying no. Do you often find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do simply because you're afraid of disappointing others? Difficulty saying no is one of the clearest signs you're ignoring your own needs. By constantly putting others first, you may inadvertently create a cycle where your priorities are always last. Picture this. A friend asks for help moving, even though you're already exhausted from a long week. You want to say no, but fear they'll feel let down or see you as unreliable. So you agree, despite the toll it takes on you. Over time, this pattern leaves you feeling drained and undervalued. Stoicism teaches the importance of asserting control over your own actions. Epictetus reminds us, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." True freedom means setting boundaries and recognizing that saying no to others is often saying yes to yourself. Practice saying no with grace. Start small. I'd love to help, but I need to rest and recharge. By framing your response positively and without apology, you communicate respect for both your needs and the other person's request. Remember, your time and energy are precious. A wise person prioritizes them for what truly aligns with their values, understanding that no one else will safeguard their well-being if they don't. 6. Feeling unappreciated. Do you ever feel like your efforts go unnoticed or unacknowledged, no matter how much you give? Constantly giving without receiving appreciation is a subtle yet damaging sign you're ignoring your own needs. It can leave you feeling invisible and undervalued in your relationships. For example, you regularly go out of your way to help others, staying late at work, cooking for your family, or supporting a friend through tough times. Yet, when it comes to recognition, you're met with silence, or worse, taken for granted. This imbalance erodes your sense of worth and creates feelings of frustration and sadness. Stoicism emphasizes that true contentment must come from within, not from external validation. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." While appreciation from others is gratifying, it should not be the sole measure of your value. If you're feeling unappreciated, start by expressing your feelings openly but calmly. I've been doing a lot lately, and it would mean a lot to hear a simple thank you. At the same time, reflect on whether you're overextending yourself in areas where recognition is unlikely. Redirect your energy to relationships and activities that offer mutual respect and value. A wise person knows their worth and ensures that their efforts are balanced by respect and appreciation. By addressing this imbalance, you nurture healthier dynamics and protect your sense of self. 7. Loss of passion or joy. When was the last time you felt excited or joyful about something? If you've lost interest in activities that once brought you happiness, it may be a sign that you're neglecting your own needs. Overcommitting to responsibilities often leaves no room for the things that ignite your passion and feed your soul. Think of the hobbies or activities you once loved: painting, hiking, reading, or spending time with friends. Now, these pursuits feel like distant memories because your time is consumed by obligations. Even when you have a free moment, you might feel too tired or disconnected to engage in what you love. Stoicism teaches us to align our actions with our values. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." When you lose touch with what brings you joy, you lose a part of yourself. Rekindle your passions by intentionally carving out time for them. Start small. Spend 15 minutes doing something that used to excite you. Protect this time as you would a commitment to someone else. Gradually, you'll reconnect with the things that make life meaningful. Joy and passion are essential for a fulfilling life. A wise person recognizes that tending to their inner fire isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for living with purpose and harmony. 8. Difficulty expressing your needs. Do you often hesitate to ask for what you need, fearing you'll seem selfish or burdensome? Struggling to express your needs is a clear sign you're neglecting yourself. It leaves you feeling unsupported and reinforces the idea that your feelings and desires are less important than others. Imagine needing a break after a long day, but staying silent while your partner or family continues to demand your attention. Or perhaps you're overwhelmed at work, but avoid telling your manager because you don't want to appear incapable. These small moments of silence accumulate, leading to frustration and burnout. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-respect and clear communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be overheard complaining. We are masters of enduring." But enduring doesn't mean suffering in silence. It means calmly and wisely asserting what is necessary for your well-being. Begin by identifying what you need, whether it's rest, help, or space, and practice articulating it simply. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need some time to recharge." The act of asking for support isn't weakness. It's a strength that fosters understanding and balance in relationships. A wise person understands that their needs are just as valid as anyone else's. By expressing them openly and confidently, you create a life that honors your well-being and encourages mutual respect in your relationships. 9. Over-reliance on external validation. Do you find yourself seeking approval from others rather than trusting your own judgment? depending on external validation is a subtle way of ignoring your needs because it prioritizes others' opinions over your own inner compass. Picture this: you achieve something significant but don't feel satisfied until others acknowledge it. Or you constantly adjust your choices to match what others expect, even if it conflicts with your true desires. This reliance on external approval can make you feel unsteady and disconnected from your authentic self. Epictetus taught that true contentment comes from within. Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves. When you rely on validation from others, you give away the power to determine your own happiness and worth. Start by practicing self-affirmation. Before seeking approval from others, ask yourself, am I proud of this decision? Does it align with my values? Over time, cultivate the confidence to stand by your choices without needing outside reassurance. A wise person measures their worth by their own principles, not the fleeting opinions of others. By trusting yourself, you strengthen your foundation and free yourself from the constant need for external validation. 10. Feeling disconnected from yourself. Do you ever feel like you've lost touch with who you are? When life becomes a series of obligations and external demands, it's easy to forget what makes you feel fulfilled, joyful, or at peace. This disconnection from yourself is often the result of prolonged neglect of your needs. Imagine struggling to answer a simple question: what makes you happy? You've spent so much time meeting others' expectations that your own desires feel unfamiliar. You might notice a vague sense of emptiness or a longing for something undefined. Stoicism emphasizes self-awareness as a cornerstone of a meaningful life. Seneca said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Adversity in this sense includes the inner challenges of self-discovery. Facing these truths, though uncomfortable, is necessary to reconnect with your essence. Reclaim your connection to yourself by creating space for introspection. Spend time alone, journal your thoughts, or meditate to explore what truly matters to you. Ask questions like, what brings me joy? And what do I want from life? These moments of reflection help you rediscover your inner compass. A wise person nurtures their relationship with themselves, understanding that self-connection is the foundation for a purposeful and fulfilling life. By listening to your inner voice, you realign with what truly matters and take the first step toward living authentically. Solutions: how to start meeting your needs. Ignoring your own needs can feel like a deeply ingrained habit, but it's never too late to reclaim your well-being. The Stoics teach us that self-mastery begins with awareness and deliberate action. Here are practical steps to help you prioritize your needs and create a more balanced, fulfilling life. 1. Practice self-awareness. The first step to change is recognizing the problem. Reflect on areas where you've been neglecting yourself. Ask, what do I truly need, and where have I been falling short? Journaling can be a powerful tool for uncovering patterns and reconnecting with your inner self. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if thou wilt ever dig." 2. Set and maintain boundaries. Learn to say no without guilt. Recognize that by protecting your time and energy, you are honoring your own value. For example, if a request doesn't align with your priorities or capacity, respond with, "I can't commit to this right now, but I hope it works out for you." Boundaries are not selfish. They are essential for self-respect and sustainable relationships. 3. Schedule time for yourself. Treat self-care as a priority, not an afterthought. Block out time for rest, hobbies, or simple pleasures, and guard it as you would an important meeting. For instance, Dedicate a morning each week to an activity that recharges you, like reading, walking, or meditating. This practice reinforces the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with nature and your inner self. 4. Communicate your needs. Expressing your needs isn't selfish, it's an act of self-respect. Practice clear, direct communication. I'm feeling overwhelmed and need a moment to regroup. This clarity not only helps others understand you, but also strengthens your confidence in prioritizing yourself. 5. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover the activities and pursuits that bring you joy. Whether it's painting, dancing, or spending time in nature, make space for what energizes and fulfills you. As Seneca advised, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Embrace what makes you feel alive in the here and now. Your needs are not secondary, they are fundamental. Ignoring them might seem like a small sacrifice for the sake of others, but over time, it erodes your happiness, health, and sense of self. The good news is that you have the power to change this dynamic. As the Stoics teach, living a virtuous life requires balance, self-awareness, and intention. By recognizing the signs of neglect and taking deliberate steps to prioritize your well-being, you honor your value and reclaim your peace. You become not only a better friend, partner, and colleague, but also a stronger, more resilient individual. Take a moment today to reflect on your own needs. Commit to treating yourself with the same kindness and care you extend to others. True strength lies in living with harmony, and that harmony begins with you. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. Reconnect with your own light and let it guide you to a life of balance and fulfillment. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and actionable insights to help you live a balanced and fulfilling life. Your support means everything and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd also love to hear from you. What resonated with you the most? Have you noticed any of these signs in your own life? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation and support each other in prioritizing our well-being. 10 terrible signs you shouldn't trust your own family and how to deal with this painful problem. Family, where life begins and love never ends. Yet, the same relationships that bring us love and comfort can sometimes be our greatest sources of pain. Family bonds are often idealized as safe havens, but when trust is broken, the emotional fallout can be profound. Trust is the invisible thread that holds families together, creating a foundation of security, mutual understanding, and emotional well-being. Without it, even the closest relationships can unravel, leaving behind feelings of betrayal and disillusionment. Why trust matters in families. Trust within families fosters open communication, mutual respect, and unwavering support. It's the bedrock upon which strong, loving relationships are built. When trust is present, family members feel safe to share their vulnerabilities and celebrate each other's triumphs. However, the absence of trust can lead to toxic dynamics, fostering feelings of resentment, anxiety, and isolation. Betrayal or persistent dishonesty doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples through the family, eroding the collective sense of security. This video explores the importance of recognizing red flags in family relationships that might signal deeper trust issues. Identifying these signs can empower you to address toxic patterns, protect your emotional well-being, and foster healthier connections, even in challenging circumstances. 1. Consistent dishonesty. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and this is especially true within families. When family members are consistently dishonest, it shakes the very core of these bonds. Dishonesty in a family isn't always about monumental lies. Sometimes it's the accumulation of smaller, persistent untruths that creates an environment of mistrust. Over time, this behavior erodes the sense of safety and reliability that should define familial relationships. Imagine a sibling who hides financial struggles, repeatedly downplaying the severity of their situation until it spirals out of control and impacts everyone involved. Or consider a parent who withholds important family information, such as health concerns or financial difficulties, under the guise of protecting others. These actions may be well-intentioned, but the result is often confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust. Dishonesty also breeds insecurity. It leaves family members second-guessing each other's words and intentions, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. When you can't rely on someone to tell you the truth, it becomes nearly impossible to confide in them, let alone depend on them during challenging times. Ultimately, consistent dishonesty signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for the relationship and for your right to transparency. Addressing dishonesty requires courage and a commitment to open communication. It may involve confronting the family member in question, setting boundaries, or seeking external support, such as therapy, to rebuild trust. While rebuilding trust is possible, it requires mutual effort. Being honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable, strengthens relationships, proving that love and trust go hand in hand. In contrast, persistent dishonesty only serves to alienate and distance, leaving the relationship fractured and fragile. Recognizing and addressing this red flag is essential for fostering authentic and lasting family connections. 2. Manipulative behavior. Manipulative behavior in family relationships is a subtle yet deeply damaging dynamic. It often disguises itself as care or concern, but gradually erodes the autonomy and emotional well-being of its target. Manipulation can take many forms, including guilt-tripping, shaming, or emotional blackmail, and it thrives in the close-knit environment of family where emotions run deep. Imagine a parent who uses financial support as leverage to dictate your choices, such as your career, where you live, or whom you marry. The message becomes clear: their help comes with strings attached. This creates an unhealthy dependency and makes you feel trapped in decisions that don't align with your authentic desires. Another example could be a sibling who constantly plays the victim, exaggerating their struggles to garner your sympathy and attention, while ignoring your boundaries and needs. The harm in manipulative behavior lies in its ability to distort relationships. Instead of being built on mutual respect and understanding, these relationships become transactional, with one person always exerting control. This dynamic can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and helplessness. Recognizing manipulation starts with identifying patterns. Do you often feel guilty after interacting with a particular family member? Are you pressured into decisions that make you uncomfortable? These are signs that manipulation may be at play. Addressing manipulative behavior requires setting and enforcing boundaries. Clearly communicate what you will and will not tolerate. For example, you can say, "I appreciate your input, but I need to make this decision on my own." If manipulation persists, limiting interactions or seeking professional guidance, such as family counseling, might be necessary. Remember, genuine family support empowers rather than controls. Healthy relationships allow space for individuality and growth, fostering a foundation of love and mutual respect free from manipulation. 3. Betrayal of confidence. Betrayal of confidence is a profound violation of trust that can leave lasting scars in family relationships. Trusting someone with personal information or feelings is an act of vulnerability, and when that trust is broken, it shakes the foundation of the bond. Families are meant to provide a safe space, but when private matters are shared without consent, it undermines the very essence of that safety. Consider a scenario where you confide in a family member about a difficult situation, such as a relationship problem or a personal failure, only to later hear it repeated to others during a family gathering. Not only does this violate your privacy, but it also exposes you to judgment and embarrassment from people you didn't choose to share with. The sense of betrayal can lead to feelings of isolation and hesitation to open up in the future. The damage caused by a breach of confidence is often amplified in families because of the emotional closeness involved. It creates a ripple effect, eroding trust not only in the person who betrayed you, but in the family dynamic as a whole. To address this issue, it's essential to set clear boundaries, express how their actions have hurt you, and emphasize the importance of keeping private matters confidential. For instance, you might say, "When I share something personal, I need to know it stays between us." If the behavior continues, consider limiting what you share with that individual. Building or rebuilding trust takes time and consistency. Both parties must be committed to respecting boundaries and nurturing a culture of discretion. A family should be a source of comfort, not fear of betrayal. Protecting your emotional well-being may require difficult conversations, but it's a necessary step toward preserving meaningful relationships. 4. Financial exploitation. Financial exploitation in families often disguises itself as a harmless request for help, but can quickly spiral into a pattern of manipulation and misuse. Families are expected to support one another, but when financial assistance becomes a recurring demand or is given under false pretenses, it creates an unhealthy dynamic of dependency and mistrust. Imagine a relative who frequently borrows money, promising repayment but never following through. Over time, this pattern not only strains your finances, but also leaves you feeling used and disrespected. In more extreme cases, financial exploitation can involve subtle coercion, like a family member guilt-tripping you into giving them money or resources they don't genuinely need. The emotional toll of financial exploitation is significant. It fosters resentment, disrupts family harmony, and can make you hesitant to offer help in genuine cases of need. It also sets a harmful precedent where boundaries are ignored and one-sided expectations dominate the relationship. Addressing financial exploitation requires assertiveness. Clearly communicate your boundaries, such as stating, "I can't lend you money anymore, but I'm happy to help you budget or find resources." Sticking to these limits can be challenging, especially if guilt is leveraged against you, but it's necessary for maintaining healthy relationships. In some cases, professional guidance may be beneficial. Financial counseling or mediation can help navigate these sensitive situations without escalating tensions. Remember, supporting family doesn't mean tolerating exploitation. Healthy family dynamics should respect each member's autonomy and well-being, including their financial stability. 5. Lack of support during crises. Families are often seen as a pillar of support during life's most challenging moments. However, when family members fail to show up emotionally or physically during crises, it signals a troubling lack of reliability. This absence can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning the strength of your familial bonds. Picture a situation where you're going through a medical emergency or a significant life upheaval, such as losing a job. You expect your family to rally around you, but instead, they prioritize their own needs or dismiss the gravity of your situation. For instance, a sibling who chooses to ignore your request for help, or a parent who offers superficial support instead of genuine assistance. This lack of care not only exacerbates your struggle, but also creates emotional wounds that are hard to heal. The impact of this neglect extends beyond the immediate crisis. It fosters resentment and a sense of imbalance in the relationship, as you realize the support you offer may not be reciprocated when you need it most. Over time, this dynamic can erode the trust and intimacy that families are meant to provide. To address this, Communicate your needs clearly during difficult times. For example, say, "I really need your support right now. Can you help with this specific task?" If support remains absent, reassess the relationship and consider leaning on friends or professional networks that can provide the care you need. While family support is invaluable, it shouldn't be your sole source of help. Building a broader support system can alleviate some of the pressure and prevent disappointment. Ultimately, healthy family dynamics are rooted in mutual care and reliability, not selective support based on convenience. 6. Frequent gossiping. Gossiping within families might seem harmless at first, but it often creates divisions and mistrust over time. When family members discuss your personal life or struggles with others behind your back, it can feel like a betrayal of confidence and respect. Gossip often distorts facts, exaggerating situations and amplifying conflicts that could otherwise be resolved privately. Imagine discovering that a sibling has been sharing details about your financial struggles or personal challenges with extended family members, framing them as juicy tidbits for entertainment rather than respecting your privacy. This not only damages your reputation, but also undermines your trust in that person. Over time, you may begin to question whether your conversations are safe or if they'll become fodder for the next family gathering. The effects of gossip extend beyond individual relationships. It creates an environment of insecurity where family members hesitate to open up, fearing that their vulnerabilities will be exposed. This atmosphere disrupts the open communication and support that families should foster. To address gossip, confront it directly but calmly. Let the person know how their actions have affected you by saying, "I value our relationship, but I feel hurt when private matters I've shared are discussed with others." Setting boundaries about what you're comfortable sharing and with whom is critical. Over time, you may need to adjust your expectations of those who engage in gossip and limit your disclosures to them. Instead, prioritize relationships within the family where trust and mutual respect are evident. Healthy family dynamics thrive on confidentiality, empathy, and understanding, not on spreading rumors or creating unnecessary drama. 7. Dismissal of boundaries. Respecting boundaries is fundamental in any relationship, but it's especially crucial within families. When boundaries are ignored or dismissed, it creates tension and conflict, as well as a sense that your needs and autonomy are not valued. This can manifest in many ways, from emotional intrusions to physical overstepping. Consider a parent who enters your home uninvited even after you've asked them to call beforehand. Or a relative who dismisses your parenting choices, constantly criticizing how you raise your children despite your repeated requests to respect your methods. These actions, though sometimes framed as care or concern, signal a lack of respect for your individuality and decisions. The dismissal of boundaries often stems from a power dynamic where one person feels entitled to dictate or interfere in your life. This can lead to frustration, resentment, and a breakdown in communication. When your boundaries are routinely ignored, it also becomes harder to trust that person with more significant aspects of your life. To handle this, clearly communicate your limits. For instance, say, "I appreciate your concern, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Please respect that." Consistency is key. Enforcing boundaries each time they're crossed reinforces their importance. If the behavior persists, you may need to limit interactions with the person or seek external support, such as counseling, to mediate the situation. Healthy families respect each other's autonomy and choices, understanding that boundaries are not barriers to love, but foundations for mutual respect. 8. Favoritism or unfair treatment. Favoritism within families can deeply wound relationships, creating feelings of inadequacy, resentment, and alienation among those who are overlooked. While families are expected to nurture and celebrate each member equally, showing clear preference for one individual over others undermines these values and can fracture familial bonds. Imagine a parent who consistently praises one sibling's achievements while neglecting or even belittling another's efforts. Over time, the overlooked sibling may begin to feel unworthy, questioning their self-worth and value within the family. Similarly, unfair treatment can manifest in how responsibilities are distributed. One child may shoulder more family duties, while another receives privileges without contributing equally. Favoritism often stems from unconscious biases or cultural norms, but its impact is long-lasting. It not only strains the relationships between siblings, but can also affect the connection between parents and children. The child who feels neglected may withdraw emotionally, fostering a cycle of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Addressing favoritism requires courage and honest dialogue. If you're the one affected, share your feelings respectfully but assertively. For instance, you might say, "I've noticed that my efforts often go unacknowledged and it makes me feel undervalued." For parents or family members, becoming aware of unintentional biases and making conscious efforts to treat everyone equitably is essential. In situations where favoritism persists, despite efforts to address it, focusing on your personal growth and seeking support outside the family can help maintain emotional balance. Healthy families thrive on fairness and inclusivity, where every member feels seen, valued, and equally loved. 9. Emotional or physical abuse. Emotional or physical abuse within families is one of the most devastating breaches of trust and safety. While families are expected to be a source of love and protection, abusive behaviors shatter that expectation, leaving victims feeling vulnerable, isolated, and unworthy of love. Abuse can take many forms, from harsh words and constant criticism to intimidation and physical harm. Imagine a relative who consistently demeans you with insults or undermines your self-esteem by pointing out perceived flaws in front of others. Worse, consider a family member who uses physical aggression, throwing objects, grabbing you forcefully, or threatening harm to assert control during disagreements. These behaviors are not only damaging in the moment, but can have long-lasting effects on your mental and emotional health. The harm caused by abuse often leads to self-doubt, anxiety, and depression. It creates an environment of fear where open communication and trust are impossible. Victims may also struggle with guilt or confusion, feeling trapped by cultural or societal expectations to maintain family unity at all costs. Addressing abuse starts with recognizing it as unacceptable, no matter the context. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety and well-being. This may mean seeking support from trusted friends, counselors, or advocacy organizations. Establish boundaries and, if necessary, create physical or emotional distance from the abuser. Breaking the cycle of abuse is challenging but essential for healing. It requires bravery to confront the issue, seek help, and, in some cases, walk away from toxic relationships. Healthy families nurture, protect, and uplift their members, making it crucial to demand and uphold an environment free from harm. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in their family. 10. Refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but how it's handled determines whether it strengthens or weakens the bond. In families, a refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts often leads to unresolved tensions and lingering resentment. When issues are ignored or swept under the rug, they don't disappear. They fester, eventually erupting in more significant, damaging ways. Consider a family member who consistently avoids discussing past grievances, shutting down conversations with phrases like, "Let's not dwell on the past," or "It's not a big deal." While this avoidance may feel like keeping the peace, It prevents meaningful resolution and understanding. For instance, unresolved arguments about financial responsibilities or personal boundaries can create ongoing frustration, silently damaging relationships. This refusal to engage in conflict resolution sends a message that your feelings and concerns don't matter, eroding trust and mutual respect. It also perpetuates a cycle where similar issues arise repeatedly, each time compounding the emotional toll. Addressing this requires open communication and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Initiate conversations with a calm and solution-focused tone, saying something like, "I'd like to talk about this issue so we can move forward and strengthen our relationship." If the other party remains resistant, consider involving a neutral mediator, like a family counselor, to facilitate productive discussions. Resolving conflicts doesn't mean erasing disagreements. It means understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. Healthy families prioritize growth and connection by facing challenges together, fostering an environment where conflicts are opportunities for deeper understanding rather than sources of division. Solutions: how to deal with these painful problems. 1. Setting and enforcing boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy relationships, especially in families where emotions and expectations often run high. Setting clear boundaries communicates your needs and ensures that interactions remain respectful and balanced. However, enforcing boundaries requires consistency and courage, especially if family members are resistant or dismissive. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your parenting style, you can establish a boundary by calmly saying, "I understand you have advice, but I prefer to make my own decisions regarding my children. Please respect that." The key is to be firm yet respectful, avoiding emotional confrontations that might escalate tensions. Enforcing boundaries might also involve limiting certain topics of discussion. If a relative often brings up sensitive or triggering subjects, you can redirect the conversation or politely state that you're not comfortable discussing that matter. While setting boundaries may initially create discomfort or pushback, it ultimately fosters healthier dynamics. It teaches family members how to interact with you in a way that respects your emotional and physical well-being. Remember, boundaries are not about creating distance, but about ensuring mutual respect. They allow for deeper, more meaningful connections by establishing a foundation of trust and understanding. Over time, consistent boundary setting helps shift unhealthy dynamics and promotes a more balanced and fulfilling family relationship. 2. Seeking open communication. Open communication is the cornerstone of healthy family relationships. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and concerns honestly while creating space for others to do the same. When conflicts or trust issues arise, addressing them directly, yet constructively, can pave the way for resolution and deeper understanding. Start by choosing an appropriate time and setting for conversations. Avoid discussing sensitive topics during emotionally charged moments. Instead, approach the discussion with a calm demeanor and a willingness to listen. For instance, you might begin by saying, "I've noticed some tension between us, and I'd like to talk about it so we can move forward together." Active listening is crucial. Give family members the opportunity to share their perspectives without interruption or judgment. Validating their feelings, even if you disagree, can create a sense of mutual respect. For example, saying, "I understand why you feel that way, and I want to work with you to find a solution," can de-escalate potential conflicts. If emotions run high, consider using I statements to express your concerns without placing blame. For example, "I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored," is more effective than "you always disrespect me." Open communication doesn't guarantee immediate resolution, but it lays the groundwork for mutual trust and empathy. Over time, These conversations strengthen family bonds and create a culture where concerns can be addressed without fear of judgment or dismissal. In cases where communication remains difficult, seeking the guidance of a family therapist can help facilitate productive dialogue. Healthy families thrive on open communication, where every member feels heard, valued, and understood. Taking the first step to initiate these conversations shows courage and a commitment to fostering positive relationships. 3. Seeking professional help. Sometimes family dynamics become so strained or complicated that resolving issues independently feels impossible. In such cases, seeking professional help, such as therapy or mediation, can provide a neutral and supportive space for addressing deep-rooted issues. Professional intervention is not a sign of weakness, but a proactive step toward healing and rebuilding trust. Family therapists are trained to identify toxic patterns and facilitate open, constructive communication. For instance, in cases where a family member refuses to acknowledge their role in conflicts, a therapist can help them see how their behavior impacts others without assigning blame. Mediation sessions can also guide families in navigating sensitive topics, such as financial disputes or unspoken grievances. Consider a scenario where siblings are divided over how to care for aging parents, leading to resentment and tension. A professional mediator can help establish a fair plan that respects everyone's concerns and capabilities. Similarly, therapy can be invaluable in addressing emotional wounds caused by past betrayals or unresolved conflicts. For those experiencing abuse or severe neglect, professionals can offer resources and strategies to ensure safety and support. They can also help individuals process their emotions and rebuild self-esteem, empowering them to make healthier decisions about their relationships. While it may take time and effort to see results, professional help can bring clarity and structure to even the most complex family dynamics. It shows a commitment to breaking unhealthy cycles and fostering a more understanding, respectful environment. Ultimately, prioritizing emotional and relational well-being is one of the most meaningful investments you can make in your family's future. 4. Prioritizing self-care. In the midst of family conflicts or strained relationships, it's easy to lose sight of your own well-being. Prioritizing self-care is essential to maintaining your mental, emotional, and physical health, especially when navigating challenging family dynamics. By focusing on yourself, you build resilience and clarity, empowering you to make decisions that align with your values and needs. Self-care involves more than just pampering. It's about creating habits that nurture your overall well-being. For example, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly improve your ability to manage stress. Engaging in hobbies or activities you enjoy also provides an outlet for self-expression and a break from familial pressures. Emotional self-care is equally vital. Journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend can help you process your feelings and gain perspective. If family relationships feel particularly toxic, consider creating a support network outside your family. Friends, mentors, or support groups can provide encouragement and understanding when you need it most. It's important to set boundaries around your time and energy. For instance, limiting interactions with toxic family members or saying no to commitments that drain you can create space for your personal growth. Remember, prioritizing your needs doesn't mean neglecting others. It means ensuring you're in a position to engage in relationships from a place of strength and self-assurance. Ultimately, self-care is an act of self-respect. By valuing yourself, you model healthy behaviors for others and create a foundation for meaningful connections. Even in challenging family situations, prioritizing self-care ensures you remain grounded and empowered to make choices that that support your happiness and well-being. 5. Knowing when to limit or cut ties. In some cases, despite your best efforts, a family relationship may remain toxic, abusive, or beyond repair. Knowing when to limit or cut ties with a family member is one of the hardest but most important decisions you may face. It's not about abandoning family, but about protecting your mental, emotional, and even physical well-being when the relationship becomes detrimental to your health. Consider situations where repeated attempts to establish boundaries are ignored, manipulative behaviors persist, or emotional and physical abuse continues unchecked. For example, if a relative consistently undermines your self-esteem, spreads false information about you, or refuses to take responsibility for their harmful actions, it may be necessary to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Limiting ties doesn't always mean a complete cutoff. It might involve reducing the frequency of interactions or choosing neutral environments for meetings. For instance, you might decide only to see a toxic family member at larger family gatherings where their behavior is less targeted. In extreme cases, cutting ties entirely may be the healthiest option. While this choice comes with emotional challenges and societal stigma, it can provide the freedom and peace needed to focus on your well-being. Therapy or support groups can help navigate the emotional fallout and provide guidance during this process. Remember, walking away from a toxic relationship is not an act of selfishness, it's an act of self-preservation. You have the right to prioritize your happiness and safety, even if it means creating distance from family members. By doing so, you open the door to building healthier, more supportive relationships that align with your values and nurture your personal growth. Family relationships are complex and, at their best, provide love, support, and security. However, they can also harbor toxic dynamics that erode trust and emotional well-being. Recognizing the signs of distrust is the first step toward protecting yourself and addressing unhealthy patterns. Throughout this discussion, we identified 10 key red flags in family relationships: consistent dishonesty, manipulative behavior, betrayal of confidence, financial exploitation, lack of support during crises, frequent gossiping, dismissal of boundaries, favoritism, emotional or physical abuse, and refusal to address conflicts. Each of these behaviors undermines the foundation of trust and can lead to lasting emotional harm if left unchecked. Equally important are the solutions we explored: setting and enforcing boundaries, fostering open communication, seeking professional help, prioritizing self-care, and knowing when to limit or cut ties. These strategies empower individuals to take control of their relationships, ensuring they are built on mutual respect, understanding, and care. Recognizing these issues early and addressing them with clarity and courage can lead to healthier dynamics within families. While not all relationships can be repaired, understanding when to let go or create distance is crucial for personal well-being. Empowerment begins with the recognition that you have the right to protect your peace, even within your family. It's easy to feel trapped by societal expectations or cultural norms that emphasize unconditional loyalty to family. But prioritizing your mental and emotional health is not selfish, it's necessary. Take proactive steps to identify and address toxic behaviors. If you notice red flags, don't ignore them. Open communication is a powerful tool, but it's okay to acknowledge when deeper issues require professional intervention or a redefinition of the relationship. Remember, setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about creating the space for healthy and respectful interactions. When these boundaries are consistently violated, know that you have the strength to make the tough decisions to limit or end contact. Surround yourself with supportive relationships that uplift you, whether they are within or outside your family. Seeking healthier dynamics is a journey, not an overnight fix. It requires patience, self-reflection, and a commitment to growth. But the result, peace of mind, self-respect, and meaningful connections, is worth the effort. Healing and growth are always possible, even in the face of challenging family dynamics. You are not alone in navigating these complexities, and many have walked this path before, finding strength and fulfillment on the other side. While you may not always be able to change others, you can change how you respond to and manage these relationships. By focusing on your well-being and surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create an environment that nurtures trust, respect, and love. Family isn't defined solely by blood. It's about the connections that make you feel valued, safe, and supported. As you move forward, take comfort in knowing that meaningful relationships can be built and sustained, whether within your biological family or through the family you choose. Embrace the journey toward healthier dynamics with hope. Every small step you take, whether it's setting a boundary, seeking therapy, or building a new support system, is a step toward reclaiming your emotional health and happiness. You deserve relationships that uplift and empower you, and with time and effort, those connections are within reach. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with someone who might need this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content like this. Your support helps us continue creating videos that inspire, empower, and guide you toward a better, healthier life. Hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Together, we can navigate life's challenges and build stronger, more meaningful connections. See you in the next video.
Life is a strange and chaotic journey, isn't it? You wake up one morning with a plan, a purpose, or at least you think you have one, and by lunchtime, the chaos of the world has left you adrift. I've seen it countless times. Good, hard-working people feeling lost, unsure of why they're doing what they're doing, questioning whether their lives have any real meaning. I've been there myself. But here's the thing. The chaos isn't the problem. The problem is our reaction to it. That's where Stoicism becomes your guiding light. Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest thinkers in human history, wasn't just some philosopher cloistered away from reality. He was an emperor, leading a crumbling empire, battling constant wars, personal tragedy, and the weight of an entire civilization on his shoulders. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, he wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." When I first came across those words, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Here was a man facing struggles far greater than mine, yet he found clarity, purpose, and strength, not by controlling the chaos around him, but by mastering himself. He understood that meaning isn't something handed to you, it's something you construct. It's built brick by brick, decision by decision, on the foundation of what you value most deeply. Think of the last time life threw you off course. Maybe it was a bad relationship, a lost job, or a crushing disappointment. Ask yourself, did you focus on what was within your control, or did you let the chaos overwhelm you? That's the question Stoicism forces us to answer. And in that answer lies the first step toward reclaiming your purpose. Let's start with a simple question. What is Stoicism? Too often people misinterpret it as cold detachment or emotionless endurance, as if the Stoics were robots shrugging off life's challenges, but nothing could be further from the truth. Stoicism is about engagement with life, not avoidance. It's about becoming the best version of yourself in the face of adversity. Think about it. Life doesn't come with a user manual, does it? We stumble, we make mistakes, and we suffer. The ancient Stoics knew this. They didn't live in a utopia where everything went their way. They lived in a world as messy as ours. Seneca, for example, was exiled by a paranoid emperor, and Epictetus was born a slave. Yet these men didn't wallow in self-pity. They didn't point fingers at the unfairness of life. They asked, "What can I do right now with the circumstances I've been given?" Stoicism starts with one powerful idea. There are things in life you can control, and there are things you can't. That's it. It sounds simple, but think about how often we obsess over things outside our control. The weather ruins our plans, a friend lets us down, or a project at work doesn't go the way we hoped. We rage, we despair, we spiral. But the Stoics remind us, you have a choice. You can let these things dominate you, or you can focus on what you can control, your actions, your thoughts, your character. That's where your freedom lies. Marcus Aurelius didn't try to rewrite fate. He wrote himself into a better version of it. And that's the challenge for you. Not to change the world around you, but to master the world within. Only then can you begin to unlock your purpose. Now, let's break down Stoicism into 3 core principles that will help you build a purposeful life. These aren't abstract ideas, they're tools, practical, actionable, and proven over centuries. First, control and acceptance. The Stoics called this the dichotomy of control, and it's as relevant today as it was 2,000 years ago. Think of all the energy we waste trying to control things beyond our reach, other people's opinions, outcomes of events, or even random acts of nature. It's madness. Epictetus put it plainly. Some things are up to us, and some are not. Focus on what's up to you, your choices, your actions, your mindset. Everything else? Let it go. Second, living in accordance with nature. This doesn't mean hugging trees, though that's not a bad idea. It means aligning your life with your innate purpose and the greater good of the world. Each of us has unique strengths, passions, and responsibilities. Purpose comes from embracing them. Ask yourself, are you doing what you're meant to do? Are you contributing, growing, and living authentically? When you are, life feels meaningful. When you're not, it feels empty. The Stoics knew this. Third, the 4 virtues: wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Wisdom to know what matters, courage to face your fears, justice to treat others fairly, temperance to avoid excess. These aren't just noble ideals. They're the pillars of a purposeful life. When you make decisions rooted in these virtues, you're living in alignment with your highest potential. Stoicism isn't meant to be read. It's meant to be lived. Here are 4 practical strategies to bring Stoicism into your daily life and unlock your purpose. 1. Morning reflection. Start your day with intention. Marcus Aurelius would mentally prepare himself by anticipating obstacles, writing, "Today I shall meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly." By expecting challenges, you'll respond to them with calm and purpose, instead of being blindsided. 2. Journaling. Every evening write down what you did well and where you fell short. Reflect on whether your actions aligned with your values. Over time, this practice will help you refine your decisions and stay focused on your purpose. 3. Voluntary discomfort. Challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone. Skip a meal, take a cold shower, or try something new that scares you. This builds resilience and gratitude for what you already have. 4. Gratitude and perspective. When faced with difficulties, Step back and see the bigger picture. Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body." Hardships are opportunities for growth. Life is full of trials, isn't it? And when they come, we're tempted to label them as obstacles, barriers that block our progress. But the Stoics challenge us to see things differently. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, the very thing you perceive as blocking your path is often the path itself. Think about the last time you faced a major challenge. Maybe you lost a job, struggled in a relationship, or battled self-doubt. In those moments, it's easy to feel defeated. But here's the truth. Those struggles are your training ground. They're the crucible where your character is forged. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What can I learn from this?" Every difficulty is a hidden opportunity to grow, to become more resilient, and to move closer to your purpose. The Stoics didn't avoid challenges. They embraced them. They understood that life's trials are not interruptions to our journey, but integral to it. Your obstacles don't define you. Your response to them does. And when you choose to face them with courage and purpose, you turn adversity into an ally. We live in an age of constant distraction. Social media, consumerism, and endless comparisons pull us in 100 different directions. It's easy to feel like you're running in circles, chasing things that don't truly matter. But Stoicism offers clarity. The Stoics teach us that purpose comes from within, not from the approval of others or material success. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." Reflect on how you spend your time. Are you focused on what aligns with your core values, or are you caught up in fleeting pursuits? Finding purpose doesn't mean making a dramatic life change overnight. It means making small, intentional choices that align with what truly matters to you. If you value family, make time for them. If you value creativity, carve out space to create. Purpose isn't a destination. It's a daily practice of living in accordance with your values. Let's make this real. Grab a pen or simply reflect for a moment. Write down 3 values that matter most to you. Think deeply. What principles guide your decisions? Examples might include honesty, compassion, or growth. Next, identify one way you can embody each of these values today. Be specific. For example, if you value honesty, commit to having an open conversation you've been avoiding. Finally, choose one small action you'll take immediately. Remember, purpose isn't found in grand gestures, but in consistent, meaningful steps. This exercise isn't about finding all the answers right now. It's about starting a conversation with yourself, one that will guide your actions moving forward. The Stoics remind us that life is a series of choices. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond that defines your character and your purpose. Purpose isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you create by aligning your actions with your values. I'll leave you with the words of Marcus Aurelius. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. You are part of something vast and beautiful, and your life has meaning because you choose to give it meaning. Take what you've learned today and start small. Reflect, act, and grow. The obstacle is the way, and the way leads to purpose.
10 ways to overcome betrayal in your relationship. Betrayal. Few words cut as deeply. It feels like a dagger to the heart, shattering trust and leaving us questioning everything we thought we knew. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." While this wisdom may seem distant in the midst of pain, it reminds us of an empowering truth. Our healing begins with our response. What is betrayal in a relationship? It can take many forms: infidelity, dishonesty, emotional neglect, or even the breaking of promises. Betrayal shakes the very foundation of trust and security we build with another. And yet, within this chaos lies an opportunity for profound growth. The purpose of this video is not to minimize your pain, but to guide you through it with practical strategies rooted in wisdom and compassion. Whether you choose to repair your relationship or focus on self-healing, the steps ahead are about reclaiming your power and finding peace, no matter how difficult the path may seem. Remember, as Seneca wrote, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Healing takes time, and your journey will be unique to you. The scars betrayal leaves may never fully disappear, but they can become the marks of resilience, strength, and wisdom. This video will share 10 actionable ways to overcome betrayal, strategies designed to help you process, rebuild, and move forward with grace and clarity. No matter how broken things feel now, there is a way through. Stay with me as we explore these timeless truths and practical steps. You are stronger than you think, and the journey to healing begins today. 1. Acknowledge your feelings. When betrayal strikes, the storm of emotions can feel overwhelming: anger, sadness, confusion, even guilt. It's tempting to suppress these feelings, to put on a stoic mask and pretend everything is fine. But true Stoicism teaches us not to deny our emotions, but to observe and understand them. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Freedom begins with acknowledging the truth of how you feel. Allow yourself the space to grieve. Betrayal isn't just a wound to the relationship, it's a wound to your sense of self, your trust, and your expectations of the future. Write down your feelings, talk to a trusted friend, or simply sit with your emotions in quiet reflection. This isn't weakness, it's courage. Only by facing the storm can we begin to calm it. But there's a key distinction. While you must feel your emotions, you must not let them govern you. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Betrayal is an outside event. Your emotions are your mind's response. Acknowledge them, but don't let them consume you. Practical steps can help. Set aside a specific time each day to reflect, whether through journaling or meditation. This creates a container for your feelings, preventing them from spilling uncontrollably into every part of your life. Remind yourself that emotions, like waves, rise and fall. They do not last forever. By acknowledging your feelings, you honor your humanity and lay the groundwork for healing. It is a necessary step, a testament to your strength. Painful as it is, this process will bring clarity, and clarity is the foundation of wisdom. 2. Seek honest communication. In the aftermath of betrayal, silence often becomes a refuge, both for you and your partner. Yet silence can be a breeding ground for misunderstanding and resentment. Honest communication is painful, yes, but it's also essential. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening, truly listening, is where healing begins. Start by asking yourself what you need to understand. What questions are haunting you? What clarity do you seek? Then, create a space where both you and your partner can speak openly. Approach this conversation with courage and composure, not as a battlefield, but as a meeting of 2 flawed human beings seeking truth. However, honesty isn't just about speaking, it's also about hearing truths you may not want to face. Your partner's reasons for their betrayal may sting, but understanding their perspective without justifying their actions, can offer insight. As Seneca wisely observed, the first step toward making the irrational rational is to understand it. Practical steps include choosing a neutral, calm moment for this discussion, ensuring there are no distractions, and setting ground rules for respectful communication. Use I statements to express how the betrayal has impacted you, such as, "I feel hurt because I trusted you with this part of me." Honest communication doesn't guarantee reconciliation, but it paves the way for clarity about your partner's intentions and your own feelings. Clarity, in turn, helps you decide whether to rebuild or release the relationship. Truth may hurt, but it is the foundation of wisdom and the first step toward peace. 3. Establish boundaries. Betrayal shakes the sense of safety in a relationship, leaving you vulnerable and exposed. To begin the process of healing, boundaries are essential. They are not walls to shut people out, but fences to protect your emotional well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Boundaries help reclaim that power. Start by identifying what you need to feel safe. Is it time apart? Is it transparency from your partner about their actions? Is it a pause on certain types of intimacy while you process your emotions? Boundaries are deeply personal and may evolve as you heal. Their purpose is not to punish your partner, but to create a space where you can begin to trust yourself again. Communicate these boundaries clearly. For example, you might say, "I need you to share your whereabouts during this period because it helps rebuild trust," or "I need some time alone to process how I feel." Boundaries must be respected to be effective, so be firm but fair in enforcing them. Seneca said, "No man can have a peaceful life who thinks too much about lengthening it." Similarly, you cannot find peace if you are constantly focused on the actions of another. Boundaries shift that focus inward, giving you control over your emotional environment. Practical steps include writing down your boundaries and discussing them with your partner calmly. Recognize that boundaries are about self-respect and self-care, not control. By setting and honoring these limits, you create a framework where healing, if possible, can begin to take root. 4. Seek professional help. Betrayal is a heavy burden, and sometimes the wisest action is to seek guidance. Therapy or counseling provides a structured space where emotions can be explored and processed. As Epictetus advised, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Asking for help is not weakness. It is a brave step toward improvement. Professional help offers a neutral perspective, free from the biases of friends or family. A therapist can help you untangle the knot of emotions that betrayal creates: anger, sadness, self-doubt, and guide you toward clarity. They can also help you and your partner navigate the complexities of reconciliation if that is your goal. Couples therapy, in particular, can be invaluable. It creates a space for honest dialogue and provides tools to rebuild trust. But even if your partner is unwilling to participate, individual therapy can be just as transformative. It focuses on your healing, your growth, and your future. Practical steps include researching therapists who specialize in relationship issues or trauma and scheduling an initial session. Don't be afraid to try more than one therapist to find someone who resonates with you. Many therapists also offer virtual sessions, making it easier to prioritize this step. The journey of healing is rarely a solitary one. As Seneca wrote, "No one can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility." Seeking professional help is a way of inviting wisdom, guidance, and support into your life. It is a sign of strength, not surrender. 5. Practice self-care. When betrayal leaves you emotionally depleted, self-care becomes not just important, but essential. It is the anchor that keeps you steady in the storm. As Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. Practicing self-care is an act of reclaiming that power. Self-care is not a luxury, it's a necessity for healing. It's about tending to your emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Start with the basics. Prioritize sleep, eat nourishing foods, and move your body regularly. Physical health directly impacts emotional resilience. Activities like yoga, walking, or even deep breathing can calm the mind and reduce stress. Emotional self-care involves nurturing your inner world. Journaling can help you process your thoughts, while meditation can quiet the mental noise. Dedicate time to activities that bring you peace and joy, whether it's reading, painting, or spending time in nature. These moments remind you that life exists beyond the pain of betrayal. But self-care is also about boundaries, protecting your energy from people or situations that drain you. It's saying no when you need to, and not feeling guilty about putting yourself first. Remember Seneca's wisdom: as is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Prioritize quality moments that restore you. Practical steps include creating a self-care routine, even if it's just 15 minutes a day. Start small. Drink a cup of tea mindfully. Write down 3 things you're grateful for, or take a short walk outside. These small acts of care remind you that you are worth the effort and that healing begins with nurturing yourself. 6. Avoid rushing decisions. In the aftermath of betrayal, the urge to make immediate decisions, whether to leave, forgive, or retaliate, can be overwhelming. But impulsive choices, made in the heat of emotion, often lead to regret. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Pausing allows your reaction to be thoughtful, not reactionary. Healing is a process, and clarity emerges with time. Decisions made too quickly may not align with your long-term needs and values. For example, leaving a relationship out of anger might deny you the chance to fully understand what happened, while forgiving too quickly might leave unresolved wounds festering beneath the surface. Instead, give yourself permission to pause. Reflect on what you truly want and need. Separate from the immediate pain. Consider journaling or speaking with a trusted friend or therapist to explore your feelings. Ask yourself questions like, what would a wise future version of myself advise me to do? Marcus Aurelius advised, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. By waiting, you give yourself the power to assess the betrayal from a position of strength, not vulnerability. Practical steps include setting a specific timeline for decision-making, such as revisiting the situation in a month. In the meantime, focus on self-care and reflection. By resisting the urge to rush, you honor both your healing process and your capacity for thoughtful, intentional choices. 7. Focus on rebuilding trust. If you choose to stay in the relationship, rebuilding trust is both the most challenging and the most vital step. Trust is fragile. It takes years to build, but can be shattered in an instant. However, it is not irreparable. As Seneca wrote, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Rebuilding trust requires creating a new foundation, not patching up the old one. Begin by defining what trust means to you. What actions or behaviors would help restore your confidence in your partner? Transparency is often key. This might mean regular check-ins, open communication about feelings, or a willingness to share details that rebuild accountability. But rebuilding trust is not just about your partner's actions, it's also about your willingness to allow it. Both partners must commit to the process. Your partner must demonstrate consistent effort and sincerity over time, while you must be open to the possibility of trusting again. It's a mutual journey, and it requires patience, empathy, and hard work from both sides. Practical steps include creating a trust-building plan together. This could involve agreeing on boundaries, discussing triggers, or even attending therapy together to navigate the process. Keep the focus on progress, not perfection. Small, consistent actions matter more than grand gestures. Remember, trust is not just about the other person. It's also about trusting yourself. Trust that you have the strength and wisdom to navigate this path, whether it leads to reconciliation or not. As Marcus Aurelius said, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one. Embody the trust and integrity you seek, and let your actions reflect your values. 8. Surround yourself with supportive people. Betrayal can feel isolating, as if the world has shrunk to the pain you're experiencing. But as Marcus Aurelius reminds us, we were born for cooperation. Leaning on others during this time is not a sign of weakness. It's a reminder that healing is often a communal process. Surround yourself with people who truly support you, friends, family, or even support groups. These individuals can provide perspective, encouragement, and, most importantly, the reassurance that you are not alone. Their insights can help you see things more clearly, especially when your emotions cloud your judgment. Avoid those who fan the flames of anger or bitterness. Instead, seek those who foster calm and wisdom. Sharing your experience can be therapeutic, but be selective about whom you confide in. Choose people who will listen without judgment and respect your boundaries. Sometimes, even professional support groups or online communities can offer a safe space to share your journey and gain strength from others' experiences. Practical steps include reaching out to trusted individuals and setting up time to talk, even if it's a short phone call or coffee meeting. If you feel isolated, consider joining a local or virtual support group focused on relationship healing. Seneca wrote, "Friendship always benefits. Love sometimes injures." During this period, lean on friendships and relationships that nurture you, not those that drain you. By surrounding yourself with support, you'll find strength in the collective wisdom and empathy of others. Healing may be your journey, but it doesn't have to be walked alone. 9. Reframe the experience as growth. Betrayal, while painful, can be a catalyst for profound personal growth. As Epictetus said, difficulties show a person's character. The question is not why betrayal happened to you, but how you will use it to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Instead of seeing this experience solely as a loss, view it as an opportunity for self-discovery. What have you learned about your boundaries, values, and needs? Perhaps you've gained clarity about the kind of relationship you truly deserve. Maybe you've discovered untapped inner strength in enduring this trial. These lessons, though hard-earned, can transform you. Reframing does not mean minimizing your pain. Instead, it's about finding meaning within it. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." The betrayal may have been an obstacle, but it also serves as a teacher, guiding you toward greater self-awareness and personal growth. Practical steps include journaling about what this experience has taught you, or meditating on how it has shaped your perspective. Create a list of ways you've grown since the betrayal, whether it's increased emotional resilience, clearer boundaries, or deeper self-respect. By reframing the betrayal as growth, you reclaim power over your narrative. You are no longer defined by what happened to you, but by how you responded to it. This mindset shifts you from victim to victor, transforming pain into purpose and adversity into strength. 10. Know when to let go. There comes a time when clinging to the past does more harm than letting go. As Seneca wisely said, to bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. If the relationship has become toxic, unrepairable, or harmful to your well-being, releasing it is an act of self-respect, not failure. Letting go doesn't mean erasing the memories or pretending the betrayal never happened. It means accepting the reality of the situation and prioritizing your peace over the attachment to what once was. Holding on to resentment or false hope only prolongs your pain. By letting go, you create space for healing, growth, and eventually something better. This step is often the hardest because it involves confronting fear of being alone, fear of the unknown, or fear of starting over. But Marcus Aurelius reminds us, it is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Letting go is not an end, but a beginning, a chance to live in alignment with your values and truth. Practical steps include creating a ritual to symbolize release, such as writing a letter to your partner, whether you send it or not, or meditating on forgiveness. Surround yourself with supportive people and focus on building a future that reflects your worth and aspirations. Letting go is not giving up, it's choosing yourself. It's an act of courage, wisdom, and love for yourself and the life you deserve. By walking away from what no longer serves you, you make room for the healing and happiness that await. Solutions and long-term strategies. As you move through the process of overcoming betrayal, the immediate steps are only part of the journey. Long-term healing and personal growth require ongoing effort, self-awareness, and intentional choices. Let's explore 3 powerful strategies to help you create a strong foundation for your future. 1. Forgiveness as a personal choice. Forgiveness is one of the most misunderstood aspects of healing. It is often perceived as absolving the betrayer or reconciling the relationship. But true forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. Seneca reminds us, "He who has injured you was either stronger or weaker. If weaker, spare him. If stronger, spare yourself." Forgiveness frees you from the chains of anger and resentment that keep you tethered to the past. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or condoning the betrayal. It means releasing the emotional grip it has on you, allowing you to move forward unburdened. This is a deeply personal process that happens on your timeline. You may choose to forgive for your peace, even if you never reconcile with the betrayer. Practical steps include practicing forgiveness, meditation, or writing a letter to the person who hurt you, whether you send it or not. Remind yourself that forgiveness is about reclaiming your power and protecting your peace, not about their actions or validation. 2. Building emotional resilience. Betrayal can leave you feeling vulnerable and questioning your ability to trust again. To protect yourself in future relationships, building emotional resilience is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." This mindset helps you regain confidence in your ability to navigate challenges and setbacks. Emotional resilience comes from cultivating self-awareness, setting boundaries, and maintaining a healthy perspective. It involves learning from the past without allowing it to define you. Practice mindfulness to stay present, focus on what you can control, and remind yourself that your worth is not determined by how others treat you. Practical steps include engaging in daily mindfulness exercises, setting small personal goals to rebuild confidence, and seeking out new experiences that expand your comfort zone. Resilience grows through action and reflection, reinforcing your strength over time. 3. Creating a new chapter. Every ending holds the seed of a new beginning. As Epictetus wisely advised, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Whether you choose to stay in the relationship or move on, now is the time to craft a new chapter for yourself, one rooted in your values, wisdom, and aspirations. If you reconcile, work with your partner to rebuild the relationship with honesty and mutual respect. If you choose to move on, focus on rediscovering your identity, setting new goals, and creating a vision for your future. This is your opportunity to reimagine your life, free from the constraints of the past. Practical steps include defining your personal goals, whether in relationships, career, or self-development, and taking small steps toward them. Surround yourself with inspiring people and engage in activities that bring joy and fulfillment. Remember, the end of one chapter is not the end of your story. Overcoming betrayal is one of the hardest journeys you'll ever face, but it's also one of the most transformative. As you navigate the pain, remember that every step forward, no matter how small, is a victory. You have the power to turn this experience into a story of resilience, growth, and strength. As Marcus Aurelius said, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. That strength is already within you. Use it to heal, rebuild, and create the life you deserve. One rooted in wisdom, trust, and self-respect. Remember, you are not defined by what happened to you, but by how you rise from it. Embrace your journey, honor your strength, and know that brighter days lie ahead. Trust yourself. You have everything within you to heal, rebuild, and create a future filled with wisdom and peace. If this video resonated with you and you'd like to see more content that empowers you to live with wisdom and purpose, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. By doing so, you'll join a community dedicated to personal growth and resilience. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new upload. Your journey doesn't have to be walked alone, and together we can turn pain into power. Thank you for watching, and remember, brighter days are ahead. You've got this.
Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing, and I promise, once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny, and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive, and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are. We can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. It could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions. I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him. It was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling, as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The tell me more technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the tell me more technique in so many different settings: debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The tell me more approach isn't just a conversation tool. It's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective eye. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limits subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life.